Moonlight, put your weight on my shoulders in moonlight. Moonlight, sail away when we're older in moonlight. In moonlight, moonlight.
And I sit here alone and far from you, and it is night, and I am reflecting on everything all around me, and I am thinking of you. I saw happiness and pain in your eyes, and reflections of the paradises lost and regained, and that terrible loneliness, and I think about you like two lonely another cold as I sit here this late, and I am thinking of you.
I was there, saw you cradled and sleeping as you fell from the stars. Learn to care. You said people are scary. You don't know who they are. Moonlight, put your weight on my shoulders in moonlight. Moonlight, sail away when we're older in When the ponies arrive, she blinks her eyes to make the stars dance in the sky as Mr. Moon sang a lullaby. The ponies walk with the glittering stars until Mr. Sun smiled in the sky. Night as they are, they'll still dance for you, girl. Old as they are, they'll still dance for you.
We can have a wonderful life together if we make it wonderful.
Mama, hold on to me, galaxy, line by line, becoming new without a place.
We don't know who we are. We don't know where we are. Each of us woke up one moment, and here we were in the darkness. We're nameless things with no memory, no knowledge of what went before, no understanding of what is now, no knowledge of what will be.
She blinks her eyes to make the stars dance in the sky.
Où l'avenir est plus présent que le présent, où les lointaines galaxies sont à ma porte. Mon semblable.
Being together is enough, Big Dipper. Come out and play until midnight. When she awoke and looked in the mirror, sure enough, Lil Dipper, stardust still sparkled in her eyes.
she went to a beautiful place where everything is peaceful and everyone loves each other and no one ever gets sick. Do you think there's really a place like that?
Watch for the signs, darling, you'll be alright. Open your window, turn on the light.
Hush now. Quiet now, it's hush now. Quiet now, it's hush now. Quiet, quiet. Hush now.
Galaxy, where did you go that summer afternoon? Been meaning to ask you.
Or maybe we're on a spaceship going somewhere.
Hush now.
Wow. I scare you. Hello. Oh, whoops. Whoops. There we go. Hi. Not a fan of a wildly slow YouTube loads anything. Hello everyone. Every pony. Hi. Let's see, how many people do we got? 4 viewers. Alright. I'm gonna actually give a little sneak peek of the thing I'm working on for funsies. Oh. Eating some ice cream, nice. Window capture should work. Yay! Ace break. So if I'm working on another Robotnik Ring Racers character, still catching up to yesterday. Honestly, not too much happens in the story. I'm sure you'll be fine. Anyways, I've been making another Ring Racers character, and I decided to go with, like, the Vaporeon boy I designed. I've been steadily shading it, while also getting used to Ace Sprite a bit. If this wasn't pixel art, I'd be able to get a lot better with the fucking turnaround. I'm not liking how the hat kind of jumps around. Ah. Wait. There we go, fix that. He's so cute, thank you. There we go. That's a lot smoother. Should add some of the details over here. There we go. Bam. I actually have no idea what to do for his like voice lines at all. It'd be kind of funny to just do like Vaporeon noises. The Pokemon cry. I wonder what that even sounds like. Yeah, no, no. Oh, this one's got all the evolution sounds. Where are these sounds coming from? Oh, is it maybe like Sword and Shield? So you can like interact with your Pokemon in that one. I like how other cries kind of sound like they're related. Whoa! Whoa! Oh, I like that one. Like glittery. I like that. Okay, that's enough listening to Pokemon cries, actually. I have a thing to do. So we will be continuing to play Sylving, which is a visual novel I picked up yesterday. Turned out to be surprisingly very good and very appealing to me. Glad I went for it. If you need me to catch up on the story a little bit, I'd be happy to do that. You finished catching up, wow. Let's see this. Oh, my laptop doesn't kill itself when I unplug my tablet. Oh, okay, it was fine. Awesome. All right. So last time our protagonist went to a big tree. It was his favorite tree in a weird ass cave. Oh god, I came up twice. Fuck. There we go. I think we're good. Yeah, I'll just close a bunch of these extra tabs. Yeah, I know. I don't know why that happens. Sometimes it just gets fucky. It's my catchphrase. No, it's not. Okay. Bam. So, this game does have penis in it, so in case that pops up, I have this image prepared. I know it doesn't cover the entire screen. I'm hoping that will not be an issue. Safe for work, conquer. Okay. Chapters. I'm pretty sure I'm still in chapter 1. It's not like back 1. Right, so basically, protagonist went to a cave, to a big tree. It's his tree. And then he suddenly got transported to the furry world, and like a fox guy stole his iPhone. So he chased after him, and then fell unconscious and transformed into a furry. Big wolf guy picked him up, took care of him. Big wolf guy suspicious of new guest who seems to not know what common household items are. I like that the wolf guy doesn't know what shoes are. Shoes are a foreign concept to him. They don't have those. Everyone's got paw pads. You don't need those.
Yummy snack.
Hell yeah. Anyways.
Yummy Slurpee.
Hi, every puppy. Hello, reproductivists. Where did I put my cookies? Hang on. I am very desperately hoping this game doesn't have some fucking fancy racism thing going on. I'm hoping it's more interesting than that. Gonna get yourself a snack. Awesome. A band of sunlight breaks through the shutters and draping over my eyes. Squint and glance around the room, trailing the light through the far wall. Okay, normally the writing isn't as busted. This is the ones in the game thing, I think. I grunt in discomfort, feeling somewhat sore from all the tossing and turning. I didn't get much sleep last night after, well, everything. Makes it sound like him and the wolf have wild sex. I stood up and looked down at my hands, still covered in fur. I was hoping to wake up in my own body again somehow, but I guess I'm not that lucky. Feeling heavy and groggy, I roll my shoulders and stretch my arms up, letting out a long yawn. sleeping with a tail is such a hassle too. I could feel the lump pressing against my lower back all night. How do these people even sleep with these things? I want to try and get just a bit more sleep. Nature is calling, and it's been days since I've used the restroom. Jesus, you didn't piss all night? All day yesterday? That's kind of crazy. Oh no, he's gonna see his dick and his dick's weird. All these furry isekai protagonists are so ungrateful. I would be champing at the bit to have a tail. Getting my legs over the side of the bed, I lean forward and take a moment to wake up. I'll need to take it slow. I don't want a repeat of yesterday and then end up falling over again. I pull myself to my feet, keeping my stance wide and arms out to aid my balance. It's not exactly graceful, but it's good enough, all things considered. Stepping out of the room, I notice there's another door to my right. I grab the handle and give it a jiggle. I grab the love handle and give it a jiggle. Locked. Can't be the bathroom. Must be downstairs, or at least that's what I'm hoping for. The shutters are closed, darkening the room. The only light source are the thin rays of morning sun. Peeking through the slats. Protag doesn't know about cheaper plots. I look around, but the big wolf is nowhere to be seen. Right, he said something about an errand in the morning. I hope he'll be back soon from whatever he's doing. My stomach rumbles and aches. I really need to eat something soon. All I've had since I got here was that stale bread. It's been days since I've had an actual meal, but the twisting in my gut reminds me of more immediate concern. Looking around, I spot a door opposite the entrance. Please tell me there's a toilet in there. Great, found it. It's an outhouse-style toilet, but nicer. There's a stone well topped with a wooden counter. A round lid, and a round lid in the middle of it. There's a table on the right with a block of soap, closed pitcher, hand towel, and a bowl. The room smells pretty bad. I don't want to use it, but I really need to go. If only there was some air flowing or something else to mask the odor. With no other choice, I venture inside and seal the door behind me. I'll try to make this quick. Oh. When I open the lid, the stench within hits me almost instantly. Covering my nose, I feel like I'm about to throw up from the smell of manure clogging up my nostrils. Yeah, they do smell like that always. Oh yeah. The only time I've had to use an outhouse is at like a wedding. It was bad. Did I skip something? Yeah. With my nose screaming for mercy, I breathe through my mouth instead. I try to keep my breathing low so as not to take in too much of this air. I'm going to pass out if I take much longer. Averting my gaze from the hole's contents, I drop my pants to the floor and sit over it. Why is there an elaborate shitting scene? Why is this in here? Why do we need to know all this? I have to hold it in to keep it from falling in. I don't like holding it very much. The sensation of a new limb makes me quiver, but I'll just have to ignore it if I ever want to escape this room. Oh, holding the tail. Took a while to get comfortable, but I'm done. Next to the toilet is a basket of large leaves. I would prefer toilet rolls, but they'll have to do. The pitcher is full of water. After pouring some in the bowl, I wash my hands with the provided soap. The soap is hard and doesn't lather, but since it's all I've got, it's gonna have to be good enough. I dry my hands with a small towel. It's not particularly absorbent, but so the fur on my hands remains wet. You mean your paws? You mean your fucking paws? I feel like on some level the author's just flexing their knowledge of like medieval stuff. Hello, Salvia. Stepping back into the kitchen and sealing the sink behind the door, I wipe my hands on my shirt to finish drying them. Then I take a deep breath of fresh, stench-free air. Oh, my stomach reminds me that I've still not eaten yet, so I help myself to the kitchen to see what I can find. I check the pot, the oven, everywhere I can think of, but aside from the hanging spices, there doesn't seem to be anything. There isn't even any more of that rock-hard bread from yesterday. I wonder how the big wolf got around this small kitchen. It works for me, but I can't really imagine him cooking here. He would have to duck just to get through the doorframe upstairs. Not to mention he
Yummy
probably
snack.
has to go up here sideways, given how narrow they are.
Yummy Slurpee.
I hear the sound of the front door and I turn around, expecting to see him again. Instead of the wolf, I see a familiar-looking fox coming. Hello there, my good sir. You must be the lion that Sir Agner was telling me about. It's the fox. The fox I was looking for is right in front of me. You! Oh no, he's a redditor. I try to quickly grab him, but the fox barely evades me. I'm ducking away and trying to put distance between us by standing on the opposite side of the table. Feeding him a burger. What in the heavens are you? I'm not letting you get away this time. The fox and I run around the table, always on opposite ends, as we fake each other out, trying to control the distance between us. Ass. He comes in ass first. I'm about to climb over the table and tackle him when the wolf returns and closes the door behind him. Lord Nickel, I told you. Sir Agner, help! The fox dashes behind the big wolf, his tail barely scraping my grasp as he rushes past me. That's the fox! Grab him! You're the one attacking me! I've never seen you in my... Wyatt! Big Wolf's commanding shout silences the room. As much as I want to grab the fox, there's no way I'm getting past the giant guarding him. Angar takes a deep breath as he adjusts his posture. Both of you, calm down. Nobody is going to be grabbing anyone. We're all going to stay calm. The two of you causing a ruckus will only draw more attention, which is the last thing we need right now. The wolf looks pointedly at me before his eyes turn to the fox. Lord Mickle, this is Deer. Deer, this is Lord Mickle of the Vetskogen family. Now with the introductions out of the way, I know you went to the game again, without telling me. Why did you think it was wise to go alone? I specifically told you to stay away from the Forbidden Cave until after the hunt was over. The Jackmart hunt is less than 2 weeks away. Dozens of participants are already scouting the forest in preparation for it. If anyone has seen you, or even suspected you were going to the cave, you could have been arrested, especially if they figure out what you've been doing these past few months. But I'm so close to unraveling how Sylving's powers work. I just need more... No excuses. I know you snatched something from the Sylving right in front of them. Even if you haven't been caught, it's evident that you're not being careful when you go to their world. Not only were you spotted, but you led him to our world, and now he's unable to return home. The Sylving's here? Now? Where? He's right here. Agnar gestures to me, and the fox stares in disbelief. You mean this lion is the Sylving? Without a doubt. He was confused when he woke up. His clothing is like nothing we've seen within the whole kingdom. And he headed straight for the cave the moment I let him alone. Mikkel takes a step closer, regarding me curiously. From what I gathered, he turned into a lion after coming to our world. I tended to his fevered body for over a day, and then I had to practically interrogate him because you never came and told me what happened. When I was passing the bridge, an elderly cat told me she saw a sylving run out of the forest the day before. Plenty of other people could have seen him. Who knows what would have happened to him if I hadn't found him first? Is the ability to change form normal for them? I've never heard of their kind being able to do such a thing. But there was nothing like this in my research, nor have I seen it during my visits. Yeah, the game assigns you a gender, like you're playing a character, I guess, but you still get to choose your name. It's a bit weird, but whatever. Could you please stop talking as I'm not here? I have ears. They're round and fluffy. My apologies, it's just this... This is... remarkable! Maybe I should try doing voices for them a bit more. I don't know, I'm not much of a voice actor. To think that a sylving can transform their body to look like an ordinary deer. What a way of spelling that. What an incredible discovery! Lord Mikkel knows not the time for that. This is serious. Because Deer was too scared to trust me, I made the mistake of leaving him unattended and uninformed. Like a deer belly. He left the house dressed like this and walked through the marketplace in broad daylight. Everyone is now aware of the newcomer. But looking like a lion is fortunate for us. This makes it easier for us to handle. However, if anyone figures out what he really is, we'll be hunted down for using magic and traveling between worlds. Hunted? Humanly killed for just being here? It will never come to that, I assure you. Aside from one elderly woman's claims, there's been no word of a sylving on the streets. It should be safer now. Nobody listens to women. And that's why we need to get you home as soon as possible before anyone discovers the truth. Lord Mikkel will retrieve his cloak, and I'll need to figure out a way to get you out of town unnoticed. That might be a problem. I don't like the sound of that. The gates, that is to say the cave, will not let us pass through them without a relic. A relic? I was wearing a red cloak when we first met. Do you remember it? Don't tell me you've lost it. No, not quite. I have it on me, actually, but... He reaches into the satchel and pulls out the wine-red cloak that he was wearing back at my cave. When I was running away, that piece got torn off. I'm afraid that without it, the cloak is incomplete and won't work. I recognized the missing shape immediately. I dig around in my pocket, withdrawing the scrap I pulled from the bush. You mean this? Mikkel's eyes light up, and he snatches it from my hands in a flash. This is it! You found it! Thank the elders! With this, we just need to have it mended. He's smiling and wagging his tail. The fox is practically hopping from foot to foot, unable to stay still. If I go home now, my nanny can reattach it in a heartbeat. Your nanny can reattach your nanny. I wouldn't recommend that. She realizes it's a relic. She might tell your father, and he'd put you under house arrest for the rest of your life. No need to fret. She has mended just about everything I've worn since I was a kid. Even costumes. This will be no different for her. I should be able to get you back in no time. Today, even. The fox is about to leave, but suddenly turns around. Oh, I almost forgot. My apologies for taking it from you. I only meant to have a look. If I had my wits about me, I'd simply dropped it as I ran. I didn't even realize I was still holding it until I made it home. He reaches his hand into his satchel, digging around in it, before pulling out something familiar. My phone! Yay! I can go on Tumblr. It's terrible there. He hands it to me, turning it over. It's seemingly undamaged aside from a few scratches in the screen. I hope it still works. I must excuse myself for now. I'll be back as soon as I can, and perhaps by then you'll be amenable to answering a few questions? Give a dry laugh. I won't be here for much longer, so I might as well hear them. You know what? Sure. Mickle beams with a light smile, turning out the door and practically leaping through it. Ugh. He sure is a lot. Forgive him. Lord Mickle is nothing if not full of a lust for knowledge. He's not a bad person, but his lordship's curiosity can get the better of him. Now that he's taken care of, I have to go fetch something. I'll be back soon. Doggy, go fetch. I have something to eat. I'm really hungry. I must be starved. There isn't really anything to eat or cook in here. Alright, I know someone who's always ready with a meal. What do you feel about stew? It's big hearty meat and vegetable soup. And the one he makes is the best. Stew sounds great. Good. I'll be back soon. With a nod, Agnar steps out the door. I found the fox, or, well, he found me. I got my phone back, and if what he says about the cloak is true, I'll be back home tonight. Stew is a top-tier food, yes. Fuck yes, stew! Hard stew, okay. Everyone's loving stew. Looking around, I realized very quickly that I have nothing to pass time with. I probably should get myself cleaned up. It's been days and I've neither changed clothes nor washed myself. Stew, yay! So I probably should get myself cleaned up. It's been days and I've neither changed clothes nor washed myself. I fetched the water bowl, cloth, and soap from the other room and placed them on the dinner table. Then I proceed to dress down. Soaking the cloth in the soapy water, I start with an arm first to test how to clean myself with all this fur. This is going to go back to normal, right? I'll just step through my side and shed it all off. Why wouldn't it work both ways? Oh no, Agnar will come back and see you naked. I love how Agnar explained what stew is just in case. It's a good moment of maybe they're unfamiliar. Yeah, I love that. I love that. What if he doesn't know what stew is? You know, it's meat and vegetables. Cooked for a long time. It's delicious. Even if I pass out again, I'll have my phone on, and I can just call for help when I come to. I put the cloth under my arm and start scrubbing it, really digging through the thick fur.
Yummy Slurpee.
Yay. Man, soapy fur feels really weird.
Yummy
and a
snack.
Let's do the snack first. Soapy fur feels really weird, but I do my best to scrub myself down. I'm determined to rid myself of 2 days worth of dirt and stink. Get snacketed with me. Get hydrated with me. Rinsing out fur is harder than I thought it would be. Next, I used to clean half of the cloth to dry myself with. I gave up halfway, the makeshift towel having given its all. Lighting was one thing, but drying is even harder. Moist fur is rather uncomfortable, but at least I don't stink like before. I'm finally feeling refreshed. Put my clothes back on. They still smell, but it's not like I have anything else to wear. The claws rip through my t-shirt as he pull it down, leaving little holes around the chest. Right, just what I needed. Don't lions have, like, retractable claws? I'm gonna look that up real quick. Do lions have... Come on. Do lions have retractable claws? Yeah. Yeah, lions can retract claws, so... Yeah, I guess he just doesn't know how to control it yet. Then I got a weak grunt. I try to stay positive and move on. I'd lean in close to the window and peer through the shutters, wondering when the big wolf is going to return. My big wolf, please come back for me. The openings are so narrow and the glass is uneven that everyone outside looks more like vague blobs than anything else. If I had retractable claws, I'd constantly be stimming. That does sound fun. Just then, Agnar comes back in, holding a cloth-covered pot with one hand and a big burlap sack draped over his other arm. Wow, I can read. Finger tapping would go so hard with retractable claws. Oh, hi, welcome back. What are you doing? Just trying to spy you on your way back. Not much else to do while waiting. He made it a lot easier by coming in, though. Agnar shows a subtle smirk, putting the pot on the table and the sack on the floor. I have to knead something soft with my paws. Cat behavior. Like perhaps a belly? I know claws on the belly. Sensitive. He digs through the cabinets underneath the window, retrieving bowls and spoons before setting the table. I pull up a chair and sit down. Agnar readies a ladle before pulling the cloth off the pot. The smell of meat and vegetables hit my nose, and my mouth immediately begins to water. Puts my claws away and makes my paws so soft and gentle. I hope that's to your liking. You finished making this just before I arrived, so it's still hot. Food motivated. If it tastes half as good as it smells, then I already know I'm gonna want seconds. Agnar ladles out a large portion for me. The stew looks even more enticing as he sets it in front of me. Then he takes his seat on the bench across from me, looking content. The fucking crisis sound effects. Oh my god. He's big, he's heavy. He then takes his seat on the bench across from me, looking content. The stew is just how I expected, with meat and veggies floating in thick brown broth. The only surprise are the little chunks of blue mushroom. I get a spoonful with each of the different kinds of chunks in it, carefully balancing it as they find my mouth. When the taste hits my tongue, I'm impressed by the zesty flavor. I can taste meat and something like garlic, and the rich broth is enhanced by the perfect touch of salt. The meat is savory, and I can already feel it warming in my bones. I can even taste something close to pepper in the seasonings, but it's mellower than I'm used to. Even the odd blue mushrooms are quite nice, having a hearty sweetness to them. Taking another spoonful, I can feel myself returning to life thanks to the incredible flavor. I don't think I've ever had stew this good before. I'm so hungry that anything would taste great at this point, but the stew is undoubtedly amazing. He's like worried. By the third bite, though, I can feel something trickling down my chin. The broth drips to the table. I was so entranced by the taste that I didn't notice that it had been leaking from the sides of my mouth. Oh my god. Okay. I try to wipe it off with my hands, but the fur just ends up soaking it in and smearing it all around. I'm gonna mute my Discord real quick. I always forget to do that. I'm so popular, people keep messaging me. I can feel my face turning red with embarrassment. First the tail and claws, and now the fur and muzzle. His body just keeps throwing me curveballs. I can't even eat without looking like a toddler. Here, use this. He hands me the rag that was used to cover the pot. I dry off my hands and chin first before cleaning the table with it. Don't worry about the mess. It can happen at times. It happens. It happens, you know. This bitch is so clumsy, I can't not fuck them. I finished cleaning off the table and looked back up at him, still feeling pretty self-conscious. I take you would like the dish, given your enthusiasm. Yeah, it's really good. You're right, Ragnar. I've never had a stew as good as this before. I told you, it's the best in the land. I hear a loud growling sound come from Agnar. Oh no, he's hungry. Pet. At first I thought it was his voice making that sound, but it came from his stomach. You need to feed him. I need to turn on the, like... Okay, it should be capturing my cursor, but it's not showing up on stream anyways. It's weird. Just know that I'm petting him with my mouse. At first I thought it was his voice making that sound, but it came from his stomach. That's when I realized that his bowl is completely empty. Aren't you gonna have some? I like when you how you feel. Don't worry about me. I feel bad that I didn't wait for him. I'm glad to finally get some real food on me, but not if I'm the only one eating. Mutual feedism. It would be nice to eat the stew with you rather than taking turns. Besides, there's no way I can eat all of this by myself. I'd really prefer if you had some yourself. Told you, I'll wait. Girl, just eat. They'll feed each other. No matter what he was about to say, he can't argue with his own body. I look at him with a grin, seeing how troubled he looks, and point to his spoon, my wooden spoon at his belly. You better listen to us and eat before he gets any louder. Thank you for your kindness. Agnar ladles a generous portion into his own bowl and dives in. I hold my bowl close to my mouth and fish out the remaining chunks to eat. The broth is delicious, but I don't want a repeat of it dripping out of my mouth. Usually I wouldn't be this reserved, but I'm not used to eating with this alien face yet. Is the furry VN about to turn incredibly based? I hope so. Still, I managed to not spill any more of the stew, so that's a win. And now all that's left is to enjoy the meal. Thank you for letting me eat with you. It's an honor to share a meal with a higher being like yourself. Oh. I cover my mouth, nearly spitting out my stew. I swallow hard and give a small cough to keep myself from laughing. The higher being? Me? You're sylving, said to be among the most powerful and mysterious of beings, who helped our kind when we needed it most, centuries ago. Lord Mickle has told me about the many magical sylving tools he's seen in your world during his expeditions, like the metal carriages that travel at great speed along your black roads, or the black mirrors that your kind carry around. He told me you touch and talk through them, and that they convey special meanings through strange sounds. I love this kind of shit. Those are cars and phones. They're pretty common in my world. And I'm not a sylving, I'm a human. The human. Well, what's a sylvan? What do you know what they look like? Sylvings are shown in old illustrations and described as having little to no hair aside from their head. They also have a flat muzzle and small round ears on the side of their heads. Lord Mickle has confirmed as much from his travel to the sylving world, so there's no doubt the description is accurate. Yeah, that's what humans look like. I see. Perhaps we simply have a different word for your kind. Maybe. It's a funny word, though. Does your kind bless items with your magic to make them work? No, that's just technology. That they're made by many people who simply improved upon what we had over time. They're really advanced, sure, but there wasn't any magic involved in making them. Then how do you make these creations, if not by magic? Wires, circuit boards, programming, plastic, electricity. It's made by many different things put together, depending on the machine. Agnar has a perplexed look on his face. Not that I blame him, I'm not sure how I could explain this to someone without a word from a world without electronics. That's why we used to work at an electronics store. Okay. I didn't remember that detail at all. But yeah. Yay, the sylving thing isn't fantasy racing. It's Clark's third law? I don't know what that is. The point is that I'm not a higher being. I'm just a normal guy with no powers, like anyone else where I'm from. Then how did your kind come to our world and grant us great powers back then? Do you know how to remove them? 3 days ago, I didn't even know your world existed, much less anything to do with great powers. I'm sorry, but this is all new to me. I apologize for jumping to conclusions. We still have much to learn about your world. And it was difficult for me to believe that this technology was made without some sort of great power. Any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. Ah! Yeah, I've heard of that. But if that's the case, then... The wolf lit himself another bowl, his eyes looking a little distant as he eats. He's lost in thought. A few minutes go by and the silence between us goes on for some time. Since I'm heading home soon, I can't think there would be any harm in striking up a more casual conversation. Hey, Agnar? You're not carrying the big sword you had on you yesterday. It's kind of hard to miss. That's my broadsword. I only wear it when I leave the village. So you're a warrior of some sort? Mercenary, to be specific. I normally take on many different jobs, everything from manual labor to hired muscle. You've certainly got plenty of muscle to hire. Do you get a lot of work then? I get enough to support myself. All I need is enough to pay for the food on the table and the roof over my head. There's a notice board where people put up requests in exchange for money. That's where I usually earn my coin. You wouldn't believe some of the jobs I've gotten roped into. I'm like, what? You'd probably find them rather dull. Lord Mickle has told me many things about your world. My stories must dwarf in comparison. Yes, listen to his stories. Too late. Now you've got me curious. Who knows how long it'll be till Mickle, how long it'll take Mickle to get back. Hearing some stories would make a good distraction. All right, if you insist. If you insist, I can tell you a story or two. I like how I'm fucking incapable of not sounding autistic when I'm trying to do a voice. It's like vaguely Shadow the Hedgehog, but like really early Shadow the Hedgehog, before they really established like the deep, grovelly voice, and it was a bit higher. I'm the coolest! He recounts a few of his adventures, how he would meet different races from far away, wearing different outfits and transporting all sorts of strange products in their wagon. One time he was hired to help move barrels in a wine cellar along with two others. One of them went missing halfway into the job and they couldn't find him. It turned out he had snuck into one of the barrels in the deepest part of the cellar to take a sip without anyone noticing. He was found in a half-drained barrel, drunk as one could be, with no intention of leaving the bathtub of wine. The guy didn't get paid, of course, and while he still gets work, most are wise enough to not let him near any alcohol. It's become something of an in-joke among the other mercenaries. Agnar tells me about the time he was hired to hunt a couple of animals called speaks for the butcher. As he was running low on meat at the time. When he returned to the butcher, he was carrying an entire uck on his head. He was carrying an entire uck on his back instead, as he had lucked across it in the woods. I'm guessing speaks and ucks are this world's equivalent of hogs and moose. Ucks are rarely seen this close to a settlement, as they prefer to stay higher up in the mountains, which is why they're highly valued by nobles for their meat and fur. Agnar still had to go back for the speaks, but the butcher was so happy about the uck that he gifted a big chunk of its meat to Agnar. But not all employers are so easy to please, as he was once hired to train a young man in swordplay in just 2 scant weeks. The clients were the boy's parents, who had hoped some physical training would help their son to become more disciplined. He knew the basics, but it was too impatient to learn other fundamental skills, making it difficult for Agnar to teach him. He would go all out in every session, making wild swings and flashy attacks that left him wide open, but when Agnar told him about the mistakes and how to improve, he would just accuse the wolf of being a bad teacher. In the end, he was paid only half the agreed-upon fee, and berated for how much Agnar critiqued the swordplay. If I had to train someone like that, I would have given up on the second day. A week later, it came out that his family, who had enough of his behavior, had sent him off to the army. Agnar wasn't the first to train him, and other mentors had gotten the same results. Thankfully, Agnar was given the rest of his payment, so it ended well enough for him. So they just, send him to the war machine. That's really fucking funny. He's dead. He's fucking dead. He lets out a sigh, saying that he's not angry. He just wish he could have done more for him. I don't think I learned not to be such a jerk to his tutor. He's dead. Agnar is being way too forgiving towards him, in my opinion. But he's dead. There's no way that guy is still alive. How do your sons stepping on a rune protect our country? He lets go of the conversation, so we just enjoy the rest of our meal before it gets cold. I finish up my bowl, now feeling much better with a warm meal in my belly. Agnar is polishing his third bowl. Not surprising, I imagine someone his size needs to eat a ton. Can I see it? Can I see it? Can I see it? Nicholas not back, so I pull out my phone to check if it still works. I swipe the screen with my thumb, accidentally scratching it with my claw, leaving another noticeable gash. Darn it, I need to be more careful with these claws if we want to have a phone after all this. There's no signal, no internet, and an internet, call and text are a no-go, at least the screen turned on. The battery is now half empty. Not bad for going 3 days without charging. Checking the camera, it looks like everything's working fine. I glance up at Zachner as he finishes his last bowl. Is it alright if I take a photo of you? Photo? Photo. A picture. Now why would you start painting before leaving? It'll take too long to finish. No, not exactly. And wave my phone around, which Agner regards curiously. You should show him Angry Birds. I want to show him Angry Birds. My phone can make one in a second. I'm pretty sure it's the black mirror Nicole was talking about. So just act natural and smile for the camera. But it won't hurt, will it? Don't worry, it's harmless. It's fun to have something to remember this place by. And you want to make one of me? I'm flattered, but I'm not worthy of such a thing. There are better uses for your photo magic. You have games on your black mirror. From Candy Crush. Raid Shadow Legends. Well, you're the first incredible thing I saw when I woke up here, so to me that's worth remembering. Wolf looks flustered, his eyes light up. His tail wags behind him. Okay. Sadly, Raid Shadow Legends is always online. Fuck! And showing my funny videos. The wolf looks flustered. His eyes light up and he grins from ear to ear. His tail wags behind him, thumping against the wooden bench. Seeing him smile so innocently, I can't help but think he's kind of cute. Big, but cute. Why is that contradictory? Big things are cute. Oh, it's got scratches on it now. I love this bit. I hold on my phone and quickly snap a picture. Perfect, this turned out great. What, already? Yep, that's it. Oh. Huh. Something wrong? Not wrong per se, but I was just expecting something more otherworldly to happen. Sorry, but it's just a phone. These weren't made to be all that grand when using them. But the picture looks great. Here, have a look. I have returned. Protac is only realizing that now. Yeah. This game is so charming. The door flies open, the fox entering with a spring in his step. Okay. Welcome back, Lord Mickle. I trust you bear good news. Take a look and see for yourself. With a flourish, she pulls out the cloak and proudly presents it to us. She mended it perfectly. You can't even tell it was torn to begin with. Good. Then all that's left is to return to the cave safely without drawing attention to ourselves. We'll have our sylving friend back to his people in no time. Again, I'm right here. My name is Deer, not Sylving. Right, Deer, pardon me. It's my first time actually talking to your kind. But before we leave, could you tell us how your kind traveled to the gates the first time? It would give me a better understanding for my next trip. My lord, you need to show more consideration. He needs to leave before anyone realizes what he is. But now might be your only chance to ask one directly. If we intended to help solve this great conflict in our world, we need to learn more about their powers. I know you want this just as much as I do. You promised not to drag anyone into this, and look what happened. I did not drag Deer here. He chased me. There's a difference. Agnar lets out a grunt of frustration. Even though Mikkel is technically correct, it doesn't change the fact that I'm here because of him. I have no idea what you... I have no clue what you mean by powers and gates and all that. I'm pretty sure nobody else from my world does either. What do you say to? The world is filled with all sorts of magical artifacts. You must know something. If people were running into lions... If people were turning into lions back home, I would have gotten a heart attack just from seeing you guys. Perhaps you unconsciously used one of your many powers when you crossed the veil. Listen, I can't answer these questions when I don't even know what's going on. I'm so tired of this and I just wanted things to go back to normal. Just let me go home, please. Agnar walks over to fetch the sack from the floor. Mikkel looks away sheepishly and remains quiet. We should strive to return before it gets dark. Now is the best time to depart. Dear, here's what we're going to do. You'll get in this sack and remain still and silent as possible. I will carry you to the cave. Uh-huh. It's best that you stay out of sight. The more others see you, the more you'll pique their curiosity and they might start spreading rumors. Even though there'll be more people around in the afternoon, traveling at night is a lot more conspicuous, not to mention dangerous. Lord Mikkel and I are supposed to be helping with the preparations for the hunt. They'll use that as a... We'll use that as an excuse for the trip, since going to the forest is expected of us. Now I know being carried around in an old sack isn't exactly pleasant, but it's really our best option right now. There's a strong smell, so that should help cover your scent. If it gets me home tonight, I'll manage. Grab your things and the blanket off bed, and we'll depart at once. They head up and back down, bravely gathering everything they need. Having donned his sword, Agnar takes the blanket and uses it to line the inside of the sack. He then holds it open at my feet. The sack's got easy to see through on its own. This will obscure onlooker's vision and smooth out the impression your body makes, so it's less obvious someone inside. Hopefully it'll be more comfortable for you too. Now, you cover yourself up and remember, be still. Make sure you're in a comfortable position before we leave. I'll try not to make it rough for you on the way, but you're going to have to tough it out. Oh my god, I'm so close to his body. I'm so close to his body now. I'm curling up, I feel the blanket wrap around me before being hefted up over the wolf's shoulder. I bet he's warm. I bet he's so fucking warm. And fuzzy. My heart skips a beat when I feel how high up I am now. I really hope he keeps a firm grip. I don't want to fall to the hard ground all the way up here. Are you ready, dear? I fidget and settle, trying to find a comfy spot, then pull the unruly tail up against my belly. I do this. I do this. Ready as I'll ever be. And you, Lord Mikkel? I am, Sir Agnar. I have so many fucking drawings of my persona hugging his tail. When he opens the door, I can hear the hustle and bustle of the streets. I should have taken a picture of the town before leaving, but it's too late. I sway from side to side in the sack, bumping into Agnar's sword now and again. When I think we're close to the exit, we stop. An unfamiliar, cold, gravely voice. Speak. Wolf, my lord. Greetings, Gare. Good day to you, my good turtle. Turtle? Is that the one I bumped into yesterday? Was looking for you this morning. About the lumber requested by the lord. I was told you've been in the village all day. And I've been tending to the traveler. He's still in poor condition, and I need to look after him. The lion? I thought it was long gone already. I was in a hurry to leave. Did you do something to scare him? I wasn't like I was gonna pull his tail. Too old for something so pretty. I didn't even say a word to him, even. He just stared at me like... He just stared at me before running off. Someone like him brings nothing but trouble. Not like I wanted to cause trouble. I said sorry after bumping into you. Well, those who haven't made our acquaintance might find your appearance daunting, like a turtle. That's one way of putting it. He stays quiet for a moment, not refuting what Nickel just said. So, why are both of you heading out the village? We can't neglect our duties. We have to make sure the forest is prepared for the hunt. Wild animals lure towards the event. Hazards removed. Matters of that nature. Father would have me hide if anything untoward befell the contestants. Or the sack. Bait, traps, swift paint to mark the remaining dangerous areas. Nothing new. See. My apologies, but we need to get moving. We're losing precious daylight. It was a pleasure talking to you together. I hope to encounter you again soon. I hope not. Alright, do what you must. Finally, that interrogation was starting to unnerve me. I was quiet again, thank God. After a while, the sounds of civilization have all faded away. Only the twittering of birds and the rustle of the breeze accompany our footsteps as we trek once again into the woods. Can I come out now? Not yet. We're on an open road, someone could still see us. And even if we might not see them. Hold out just a little longer, dear. It's not that much farther to the forest. He walks on for a while longer, before taking a sharp turn. Ragnar's footing becomes uneven. I can hear the crunching of leaves and twigs, so we must be off the beaten path. The wolf comes to a stop, lowering me back to the ground. We've arrived. I almost forgot which way was up after being crammed in that bag for so long. Standing up from the sack, I lift my arms high overhead and stretch to the fullest. Finally, staying still like that was not as easy as I thought it would be. Lowering my arms, we three exchange looks. So, what do we do now? I'm glad you asked. I will enter the cave first while wearing the cloak, at which point it will align itself to the magical... At which point it will align itself with a magical... Fucking hell, I can't read. Give me a sec. I will enter the cave first while wearing the cloak, at which point it will align itself with the natural magics of the cave. Just like how the witches of... So you just go in there and it opens?
Yummy Slurpee.
It's a lot more complex than that, but yes. The magic is very delicate, however. You will have to wait out here until you see the light blue glow emanating from the tunnel.
Yummy snack.
Okay. The cloak will open the gate between worlds, but not until I've reached this clearing. That glow will be your signal to enter. Wait here with Sir Agnar. It will only take a moment. The fox drapes himself in his cloak and scurries into the tunnel, leaving Agnar and myself standing by the entrance. I roll my shoulders and let out a sigh of relief. It's definitely been an adventure, but I'm very eager to get home. I glance at Agnar, who's staring into the cave. Have you been there before? To my world? I have not, but I've only heard Lord Mickle's description of what it's like, but it's difficult to understand any of it. My task here is usually to make sure Lord Mickle is able to come and go without being seen, warning off nosy passers-by, giving him an excuse to be in the forest, that sort of thing. Besides, the cloak only hides its wearer. It would be too great a liability to bring with. The cloak can also hide someone? How does that work? That's what makes something a witch's relic. It's imbued with magic by a witch that once owned it. This one has the power to make its wearer unnoticeable. If one were to notice his presence, he'll appear as nothing more than a vague blur for a second before disappearing completely. And most people think they're just seeing things. That's why I've never heard anything about him back home. People couldn't see him. Until you, that is. Somehow you managed to see through the illusion. Could it be because I was in the cave already when you opened it? I wasn't taught much about magic or relics, but it sounds plausible. Something's not right. There's still no light coming from the tunnel. Maybe it takes time to start up, like a computer? A what? Never mind, bad example. I've watched him do this many times before, and it never took this long. We'd better go inside. He hurries in, with me following shortly behind. Once inside, we can see Mikkel examining the wall on the far side of the cave. Why is the gate not open yet? I don't know. It would usually take effect by the time we reach the tree. But now there's nothing. He looks around, his eyes moving to me, then the tree, then back to the walls. I have a theory coming to mind right now, but that might explain his aberrance. But if true, it would prove quite the problem. I swallow nervously, not liking where this is going. That being, in my studies about witch relics, I learned that enchanted items could be understood like a vessel that contains the magic. Imagine a sealed bottle holding a precious liquid. When the cork is removed, the liquid can escape. Similarly, when the cloak was damaged, it's possible the power stored within leaked out as well. I hold my arms tight around myself, feeling a rising dread deep within my stomach. You mean to say there's no magic left in it? Why didn't you mention this sooner? I thought it would still work if the torn seams were rewoven. I can see that my assumptions were flawed. This is likely no longer a witch's relic, just an ordinary old cloak. Does that mean I'm trapped here? Of course not. This is only a minor setback. There are other witches' relics out there. Any one of them has the power to open the gates. No wonder. No matter how simple the enchantment, we just need to acquire a new one. Are there any you know of that we can use? Not as of yet, but I was already extremely not as of yet, but I was extremely lucky to find this one. If I'm diligent, I should be able to locate another one in only a few years. And years? But that came out wrong. I mean, it might take a significant amount of time before we can get a new relic, if we're lucky. If? What do you mean, if? You don't know how incredibly difficult it is to find them. Those who own one won't tell anyone about it because they're outlawed. They can be dangerous when in the wrong paws. You mean like yours? Like, you even have one? Like, you mean like yours? Why would you even have one if you knew it was so dangerous? Now wait just a minute, I did it because we need to know the truth about what Rukai did 600 years ago. Agnar pulls Mikkel aside. Meanwhile, my breathing keeps growing heavier and shakier. My hands have clenched into fists against my chest, and I can feel an intense tingling traveling up the back of my neck. But it's not helping. These claws keep stabbing me as I close with them over and over again, denying me the release of tension. Lord Mickle, you need to understand the situation you've put him in. He's lost his only way back. You shouldn't speak so dismissively about it. I thought he would understand. I don't even see what the big deal is. Sylvings can live for centuries. Staying a couple extra years should mean nothing to them. My only way home on. Is what nothing looks like to you? My grief and frustration swirl together in a vortex of emotion. My sense of powerlessness and rage fuel another in an endless feedback loop. I think I'm gonna throw up. Because of your carelessness, you've dragged him to his home. Because of your carelessness, you've dragged him from his home to our world, which you didn't even know existed. Why did I have to meet him in this cave? But bringing him here was not my intention. His Black Mirror was right there. He was sleeping. I saw them all the time, but I've never had the chance to study one. I just had to figure out if it could help us in some way. Just a lot of things. You just had to go to the Forbidden Cave without telling me you saw him and just had to root through his belongings right in front of him. Probably a difference in time flow between worlds, like Narnia? Maybe. I stop treating this like just an accident and start taking responsibility. Dear? You fucking bastard! Lord and Mickle, take cover behind me. This is all your fault. I'm stuck here because of you. If you just left me alone, none of this would have happened. Dear, you need to calm down. No, shut up. I've had it. Nothing's gone right ever since I met that bastard in this fucking cave. Why can't you just have left me, Mickle? Why do you have to be the one that pays for your stupid mistakes? Because of you, I'm trapped in this backwater menagerie for who knows how long. I can't even tell anyone back home where I am. What are people gonna think happened to me? No way you'll find me and my family will think I'm dead because literally on a different fucking planet. If your stupid ass hadn't come here, I wouldn't look like this. I've got a fucking tail. It's not normal. None of this is normal. Dear. If only you hadn't come here, I wouldn't have chased you, because apparently I'm a fucking idiot. Yeah, they keep saying frick and I'm censoring it to fuck, because I don't like censored curse words. If only I chased him like an idiot. He stole your fucking phone, what are you gonna do, not chase him? You didn't know he was from another fucking planet. What are you fucking talking about? It is entirely the fox guy's fault. He stole your phone. I slumped on my knees, my sight drowned out by tears as the weight of reality presses down on me. I bury my face in my hands, hunched over the ground, crying my heart out. So angry with myself, I knew something was strange from the moment I left the cave. There was no way a huge forest of mountains and all the other things could have been there. I saw those strange twisted trees on my way out and just ignored it. If they're actually gonna, like, really both sides this when Nichols is the one that stole this guy's phone, which he knew was, like, a precious otherworldly artifact, and he did it anyway, come on. It would have been so easy to just turn around, get a new phone, and be home already. Oh yeah, just get a new phone. Those things are expensive. No, I had to keep going despite all the red flags just because I wanted my phone back. Now I'm stuck here. What am I supposed to do now? Does the author not live in a world where phones are expensive? I take a long breath, slowly raising my head to meet their gaze. I feel heavy after crying for so long. Nicole and Agnar stare at me, clearly uncomfortable. They haven't said anything this whole time. I give a hard sniff as I taste a salty dribble of snot reach my lips. He gets an employee discount? I mean, maybe. I wipe my sweater arm across my face, sniffing again and letting it out a long, uneven groan. Here. I didn't mean to let this happen. I was blinded by my fascination with your world and my mission to understand its magic and relics, and in my haste, I have taken you from your home. I think you can insure phones against theft also. Okay, if someone stole my phone right in front of me, and then when I called them out, they started running, I would also run after them. I feel like that's a completely normal, sensible thing to do. Even if I'm not very good at running, if I'm not very fast, like, I would still do that because that's my fucking phone. That thing is expensive. I don't know how I'm gonna replace it in an instant like that. Right? I don't know the fucking backstory on this guy's phone. To me, this is a completely reasonable thing to do. I'm also quite attached to my phone. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's my thing. A lot of stuff is on there. I feel like it's kind of weird to take this like completely reasonable thing to do and make it sound like it's his own fault for going. I don't know. It feels weird to me. It was a mistake, but that's no excuse. From the bottom of my heart, I truly apologize for doing you wrong. I will make this right. You should come back with us to the house, where it's safe. Agnar draws to one knee, offering me his hand. Here, take my paw. I stare at him for a moment, hesitating, before accepting it and letting him pull me back to my feet. Yeah, I guess. I kind of get that's the angle they're going with, but like... I don't know. I get beating yourself up for something like this, or like getting unlucky in the moment, I guess. But in this particular example, it is so obviously this other guy's fault that it starts to feel a little silly. I'm curled up, facing the wall beneath the window. My mind is swimming with so many thoughts. It's been hours since we got back, but the pit in my stomach is still there. Agnar came up once to give me what was left of the stew. He heated it up for me, but it's long gone cold. I don't have much of an appetite. I was given a new blanket, a sealed one had gotten dirty from the trip. I can pick out a few words whenever Mikkel and Agnar raise their voices downstairs, but not enough to understand what they're saying. My mind keeps going back to that white light in the cave. What was that? Did it come from me? If that actually was me, what would have happened if I didn't stop? What if I couldn't have stopped? What if I hadn't wanted to? A list of questions have multiplied from there. Just what even am I at this point? Can I even call myself human anymore? Can I even like the people here? I hear the front door open and close, followed by the sound of Agnar's heavy footsteps coming up the stairs. Are you still awake, dear? His voice is still gruff, but the tone is very soft from behind the door. I would say it's too late at night to talk, but it's not like I'm able to sleep either. I uttered a weak grunt, slumping over to sit up by the edge of the bed. I barely registered the cold when my feet touched the wooden floor. Yeah. Oh my god, his glowy eyes. He's heavy! Floorboards creak beneath his paws. The dwarf glances around the room for a moment, looking hesitant. He walks up next to me, gesturing to the other end of the bed. Can I sit here? We could make him heavier. Sure. He turns and sits down, the bed creaking as the mattress sinks under his weight. His chest swells slowly as he takes a long breath before letting it out. Dear, I can only imagine what you're going through right now. It must be a lot to bear. I'm so sorry for what I did back in the cave. When you started to glow, I reached for my sword without thinking. Instead of taking control of the situation, I got scared and only made it worse. I'm sorry too for lashing out at you in the cave. I don't even know what happened. I was just so angry and like that. I was all I could think of. I promised to help you, that I wouldn't let you come to harm. Agner turns his head away from me, ashamed at loss for words. He looks more upset with himself than I could ever be. No, I get it. What happened in the cave was stressful. I mean, if it was the other way around and someone started shouting and going right in front of me, I would probably start running or throwing things. It still doesn't excuse what I did. I was trained to be better. That shouldn't have been my immediate reaction. I won't lie though, that it was scary. I've never had a weapon pointed at me before. I'm not going to hold it against you. You apologize. I can't say that to you. Besides, getting a sword shoved in my face isn't even the craziest thing that's happened to me so far. It's a big fat lie. I was scared as hell to get cut by the gigantic sword, but playing it off, it was nothing. That's kind of you to say. Still, I wish I'd done more. I never considered the possibility that Mikkel might bring someone back to the cave, intentionally or not. I should have tried harder to really make him understand the risks involved in visiting your world. I knew he was driven, but I thought he had more self-control. And because of that, you're here. My eyes wander around the dark room, settling on my sweater and satchel on the floor. Yeah, I'm here. No, you can keep going. I can feel the weight of his hand as it settles on my back. Stir your boobs! He hasn't worn a shirt this entire fucking game. The shape and size are both strange to me, but it puts me at ease all the same. His eyes meet mine, and his amber eyes have a gleam of warmth to them. You'll be alright. I'll make sure you stay safe until the day we open the gates again. He doesn't say a word as he keeps his hand on my back, rubbing it in a slow rhythm. I can feel the scritches from his claws through my shirt. It's nice. He sets his hand back in his lap, showing me a soft smile. I kind of wish he continued rubbing my back, but it was enough to soothe the heavy feeling on my chest, even when just for a moment. Lord Mikkel and I have been talking, and you're welcome to live in this house for as long as you're here. He will provide you with everything you may need, and I will be your personal guard while you stay with us. It may take some time to find another relic, but we'll get one. I'm sure of it. What if I find out? You said something would be dangerous if I stay. It should never come to that. Anyone who may want to harm you would have to go through me. I will turn him into Frank. We'll turn them into Klatuff and Bulb before they even get a strand of fur in your head. He confidently flexes an arm, showing off its size and strength. He tilts his head in a daunting display, clearly telling me what a would-be assailant would be up against. His sudden bravado catches me off guard, and I smirk back at him. Hello, Kageki Kokoro. I feel sorry for anyone who dare go up against you, whatever Tatsufank is. Agner gives a sly smile, and we both purple. I'll be here all night, so feel free to come downstairs if you need anything at all. Whatever you may need, I will do my best to tend to it. I mean, within reason, of course. There's a lot I can't do, but I'll try my best. Not that I can't do anything. There's plenty of things I can do, just not everything. Seeing him stumble with his words, it's hard not to smile. It's nice knowing that he still wants to help me, even after what happened today. What I'm trying to say is, I'm here for you, for whatever you need. You should try to get some sleep now, it's late. Remember, you're always safe here. Wait, Agnar, I just wanted to say thank you for being so nice to me and for helping me so much. Even when I'm not a real lion. After everything we've caused, I'm just glad to be of help to you. We'll get you home someday. You have my word. Smile as he says that with such confidence. It gives me a bit of hope, even if it won't happen anytime soon. Good night, dear. Rest well. Good night. Okay. I'm gonna take a quick break. Been reading for a while. I'll be back. Alright, I'm back. I got a bit of tea, got some banana bread. One thing I really like doing with banana bread, put some
Yummy
butter on them.
snack.
Put some butter on them, and then a little honey over the top. It's so fucking good.
Yummy Slurpee.
Jesus, I'm not even allowed to speak. People just want to put food in me. That's right. Banana bread with chocolate sprinkles. I don't think that would be bad. I think it'd be alright. But you have to try banana bread with like butter and a little bit of honey. I think banana bread with chocolate sprinkles is probably pretty good. I just looked up Claville to cook and I want to eat them now. Oh boy. They are very good. I've never had one fresh. I feel like that would be really good. Like freshly homemade. They're usually filled with like almond spice. No, I know what you meant. That's just chocolate sprinkles. I have to move vending machines at my uni. Oh, that's nice. They're like surprisingly filling, which is really good. These babies, they're so good. They're sold at basically every grocery store on the planet. You can get them in big packages. They're very filling, high calorie. A rich almond paste filling, yeah. It's really good. They're just also very expensive from the machine. Yeah. Say what you want about Dutch cuisine, but the snacks are amazing. Yeah. They're so good. Like, there's two Dutch things that I think are really, really good. We got really good pastries. We got really good bar food. Bar snacks, like fried snacks and stuff. It's so good. Okay. Let's game. Gamer. It was tough getting up the following day. The sunlight covers half of the bed, but I stayed curled up in the window near the edge. Oh, Kitty found the window warm. Kitty behavior. Oh, in the shadow near the edge. Never mind. I misread that. Stream's not working on my phone. We've got that sorted out. Bullkohlstompled is so good. If you make it right, it has to be more potato than bullkohl. And with sausage, of course. Rookworst. My mom makes it too kale-y. Yeah, it's not that good. It kind of gets too, like, weird with the texture. It's not that nice. You want it to be a bit more potato. Top, yeah. I find it very scratchy in my mouth. I don't like it. My parents have made a pretty good andivy stompled, which is also very nice. And again, if you make it too andivy and not enough potato, it gets weird. But like, they figured out how to make andivy taste good, which that's awesome. I used to hate that shit. Okay. It was tough getting up the following day. The sunlight covers half of the bed, but I stayed curled up in the shadow near the edge. The first thing I feel is the thick down pillow that my face is sunken into. I can feel the feathery quills poking through. I had a second pillow next to me, but at some point in the night I got stuffed into the corner where the bed meets the wall. Miko and Agner told me to stay inside, to trust them to figure out what to do with me. So all I've done these past couple days is mope around the house and avoid the windows. Not that I have anywhere to go, aside from the cave. But what do I do there? Sleep? That'd be nowhere near as comfortable as this. Imagine being fucking isekai'd and then still forced into the role of shut-in meat. That's awesome. I spent the last day and a half in the bedroom, all by myself, processing my feelings about being stranded here. Agnar's been bringing meals up to me. I really appreciate him taking care of me while he wallow in his funk. He also brought me fresh twigs and ground spices. I was confused at first, but he said they were for keeping my teeth clean. Never thought I'd be chewing on sticks to clean my teeth. I wonder if this is what people did back in my world did before the toothbrush was invented. He brought me enough to last us for a few days, but I ended up using them all because I kept biting too hard. Controlling the strength of my bites is difficult with how powerful my jaw is now. It felt odd, especially on account of my new pointier teeth, but at least it was something to do, and it helped freshen my mouth. The spices came in a little bowl, and I was told to dunk the twig in there before chewing it. Weird. It tasted minty at first, but not as fresh and cool as normal toothpaste. On top of that was a kind of salty, peppery flavor that will take some getting used to. Ugh. I know I can be so groggy after an entire day of lounging around and doing nothing. Guess I'm just feeling emotionally exhausted. What happened back in the cave still bothers me. What's going on with me? Was I really using magic when I got upset? No matter how many times I think about it, I'm still clueless as to what it really was. It was kind of scary when I felt that pressure throughout my body, but I'm too curious to ignore it. I tested a few different things carefully just to see if I could make it happen again. I tried imagining small white sparks shooting from my fingertips like I saw in a movie I saw once. I don't remember what the movie was, but it's the simplest thing I could think of to try to do magic again. I throw my arms towards the ceiling in a dramatic fashion, like I'm a wizard casting a spell before chanting them with the magic words. Abracadabra! Yeah, I knew it wouldn't work. It was worth a shot, though. I've been waving my arms around and shadowboxing some made-up martial art. Got my blood pumping, but nothing so far. I'm kind of glad nothing happened, though. It hopefully means I won't blow up the house in my sleep. But I still want to know what that light show was about. I don't really want to be the first human-turned-lion man to explode in bed. I tried channeling the emotions I had back then, rage, desperation, helplessness, but they didn't hit as hard as remembering them, as living them, so again, nothing happened, since I didn't want to lash out my full power. Maybe that's why I've had no luck bringing it out? For now, being in full rage mode is the only clue I've got on how to activate it. I can't say for certain, since I can't get as angry as back then. It's probably best to avoid that feeling while in town, in case I lose control again. I'm still tired, but it's gotten too warm to stay in bed. The sunlight moves across the bed, leaving no place for me to avoid it any longer. I could close the shutters or force myself out of bed. I choose the third option and pull the blanket over my head. I'm not ready to wake up yet and start living my life, new life as an overgrown house cat. Are you kidding me? That sounds awesome. Damn it. I can't get back to sleep. I give a frustrated grunt, blindly fumbling about for my new phone. Blindly fumbling about for my phone and turning it on. 11:03. Phone's known already? It must be the middle of rush hour for them. At least I think so. I don't really know what the local time here is. My phone could be off. Heck, the length of their days could be different. There's 19% left on the battery, and I didn't bring a charger with me. I thought there'd be outlets for a charger anyway. I won't be fretting over dying soon if it wasn't for the fact that I'm pretty much useless in this world. Oops. Got no signal, no internet, and no chance I could reach anyone I know with it anyway. It's not even useful as a clock, since I don't even know how the days work here. Still, I want to save what little battery is left, just in case. I switch my phone back off, but hold on to it. Since I've got nothing to do but keep myself busy with, browsing or chatting online, I don't know what to do today. I can just lay here and wait, I guess. Protag doesn't know how good he has it. Real. I think I'm going insane. I flop my way out of bed, taking my blanket with me, and all my clothing has been left scattered across the floor. I shuffle over to the stool in front of the vanity and plop myself down on it, glancing up at my reflection. Oh, wow. I look terrible. I didn't even know lions could look this exhausted. I'd kill for a hot cup of coffee right now. My brain can hardly function without it in the morning. Oh my fucking god! Whoa! Are you kidding me? Oh, I'm gonna run it again one more time. Oh my god, everyone in chat is freaking out. The animation is so good. Oh my god, I want to make visual novels like this. Whoa. What the hell is that? Is that my mouth? Did I seriously just do that? This is really... wow. Yeah, my mouth really opened this wide. I could fit my entire fist in here. My teeth have begun dabbing like fangs, with smaller pointed incises between. With teeth like these, I can probably crush a bone. Well, I was at least able to bite through the concrete slab of bread roll the other day, but... so maybe these are more than just for show. That's so fucking cool. The sound of knocking pulls me out of my little inspection in the mirror. I'm susceptible to sympathetic yawning, and it's making me yawn each time. It sounds like a you problem. I want to see the yawn one more time, actually. That's so fucking cool! I want to do that. I want to do that in real life. I want to have my big maw. The sound of knocking pulls me out of my little inspection in the mirror. Makes you yawn again. I'm evil. Oh my god. I see the wolf's muzzle sticking through the door. I heard moving from downstairs, so I assumed you had awoken. May I come in? I feel part of me wants to say no, but I know that's not going to help one bit. Yeah, sure. The tongue, though. Yeah, the long tongue. That's so hot. Good morning, dear. Morning. Did you sleep well? As well as I could, as after everything the other day. Right. Armpit! Armpit! Sniff that thing! I look like my mouth is showing up on screen now. Good. Pat, pat, pat. Right. I wanted to apologize again for all of this. Why? It's not like you're the one who stole my stuff and ran off. Yes, well, his lordship has made it clear that he feels terrible for what he's done to you. And I still want the chance to set things right with you. I've got a lot of work to do, if you're ready to get started. Lord Mickle and I have devised a plan to help you blend into our society, as naturally as can be managed. So the first items of business are your attire and your background. As I'm sure you've noticed, your garments are quite different from ours. People couldn't help but take notice. Not to mention your walk the other day left quite the impression. Baby's bad at walking. Baby's bad at walking. But the words of Hugh should die down quickly when you won't do anything else that piques their interest for you. Lucky for us, the grand jack hunt is just on the horizon, and it always leaves the local chattering for weeks before and after. So if we can get you into walking, talking, and looking like one of us, then I doubt anyone will give you so much as a second chance after the festivities. They're teaching me to be normal. Yay! This is so autism. This is autism friendly. This is how you're nice to autism. I need this shit. Our first step will be to change our wardrobe. The wolf presents a measuring tape fabric, looking worn out. He gives an encouraging smile before noticing my clothes spread out on the floor. Are you already undressed beneath the blanket? My clothes are starting to reek. My nose couldn't take it anymore. I was having to wash them at least, even if I won't be wearing them again anytime soon. I see. Then I'll get straight to measuring you. You can take off the blanket now. What? Right now? Is there a problem? I need to put on some clothes first. Bose looks at me with a puzzled look. Why do you need clothes? The measurement will be accurate unless you undress. He's gonna see my balls. I take it that's not something you're comfortable with? It's just awkward getting measured nude. Can I at least wear something? The wolf holds back a chuckle as he smirks, putting the measuring tape away. I see. I didn't think you would be so shy about being bare. Guy who's shirtless all the time doesn't understand why people don't like to be nude. Oh, I see. Let me get naked to make you more at ease. I'll be just outside the door then. Call for me when you're ready. Once he's out, I let the blanket slip from my shoulders and toss it back into the bed. I glance at my underwear laying on the floor, a sole pair I've been wearing for the past few days. No. I grab my pants instead. They don't smell nearly as bad as the other clothing and still cover more intimate parts. Is his dick weird? Show me. I pull up my legs, but it stops at the hips when it hits the tail. The base isn't quite above where the belt line ought to be, forcing my pants to sack lower than to my liking. Jeez, I keep forgetting I have a tail now here. When I try to release the waistband, my fingers get stuck. My claws are literally hooked into the fabric and won't come out. Kitty. He can't retract his fucking claws. Maybe it's because he's like constantly on edge or something. I probably shouldn't let these claws stay as they are if this keeps happening. At least it's not as bad as the Swiss cheese that is my shirt because of these things. I zip up and fasten the button. I feel my tail pressing against the waistline. Hopefully Agnar won't be able to see anything. He's just autistic and struggles with fine motor control. Real. Maybe I should toss on the shirt too, even if it smells terrible. But Agnar doesn't wear a shirt, and he didn't seem to think much of me being naked. because it's fine. Or wants to see you naked. More deer. I'm ready. You can come back in now. And thanks for streaming this genuinely. Yay! I gesture at myself pointedly, looking to Agnar for approval. Is this okay? This is fine. Now that you're comfortable, it shouldn't take too long for me to measure you. He leads me to the middle of the room, and I stand up straight, while he unrolls the measuring tape, stepping in closer. I'm still amazed by just how tall he is up close. I can barely reach up to his chest. I'll start at your shoulders and move down. All you have to do is spread your arms and stand still. Got it. He moves in, his large fingers and thumb pressing the tape to my shoulders. Wrapping around the chest, the length of my torso, thickness of my tail, and so on. But you can reach it, honk honk. His hands hover around my head before I feel the tape on my back. His large hands gently follow the shape of my shoulders. More than once he effortlessly tugs a little too hard, putting me off balance. You can hold onto my arms if you're having trouble holding still. I take him up in his offer and place my hands on his upper arms by his biceps. It's an odd sensation clutching his arms. His fur is short, coarse, and thick, but it's no different than the arms of any human. Just bigger and hairier. Oh. Bigger and hairier is my life motto. He moves down my chest, following the curve of my waist. He measures the length of my torso and the thickness of the tail. Getting delicately handled by big paws, and yet Protag dares to complain. He then measures around my waistline and my thigh, before having me stand straight to get the length from my waist to my ankle. Agnar straightens up, rolling the measuring tape up around one of his fingers. That should do. I'll find clothes that are a bit loose so you can move around them comfortably. Your meal is downstairs in the oven. It should still be warm. I hope it's to your liking, dear. I'll take my leave. And just to be clear, if anybody comes calling, do not answer the door. What about Mikkel? Lord Mikkel has a key. The two of us are the only ones with keys to the house, so you should be fine. Agnar leaves the door to the hallway open, and I hear him leave the house. I lift my arms, stretching in place for a few seconds before letting my whole body relax. Then I take a deep breath. Since I'm getting new clothes, I might as well put my current ones in a single pile to get them clean later. I pick up everything, even my shoes and satchel, and tuck them into the corner on the floor. As I take another deep breath, my nose picks up a familiar scent that tickles my mind. Something familiar. Butter. Cinnamon? Apple? No way, is that what I think it is? I hurry down into the kitchen, searching till I spot a small black door that I can only assume is the oven. Pulling the oven open, the tantalizing aroma wafts over me. Take a deep whiff. On the smooth clay surface sits a metal plate, and the treasure on top almost makes me feel more at home. It's a whole apple pie, about the size of a small plate. It's about the width of a tea plate, small enough for one person, with a golden brown crust. I fetch a fork and knife from the cupboard, where Agner keeps the plates and cutlery, and place it all on the table. The pie is lukewarm, so I'm not worried about getting burned when I handle it. I cut a small slice out of it and hold it close to my nose on the end of the fork. It's moist inside, but it doesn't drip. I have no idea how much I miss this smell. How many years has it been since I last had apple pie? I don't think I've had any since Grandpa passed away, back when I was still just a kid. She wasn't an amazing cook, but she was also the best at baking. She knew apple pie was my favorite, so she always prepared one for me whenever we paid a visit. I lean forward on my seat and dig in. Warmth spreads through my body as the flaky, buttery crust breaks apart with the tiniest bit of pressure. The sweetness of the fruit with just a hint of sourness. The toffee like goo between the chunks. The cinnamon bringing it all together. It makes for a wholesome experience that soothes my heart. It doesn't taste like Grandma used to make, but it's still pretty damn good. Fragments of old memories wander through my mind as I continue eating. How me and my sister would play hide and seek in her garden. And the scoldings from my grandma when we made a mess of her shoes. And there was the time I went through her closet and wore her clothes and wig to dress up as her. Normal boy activities. Hang on. She could not stop laughing in her chair and took pictures with her old Polaroid camera. I was pretty silly back then, but a lot of the strange things I did were for her. I just wanted to make her laugh. Egg. I miss her. It isn't long before I polished off the last of the pie. A full stomach and the lingering taste of cinnamon really helping to wake me up. I lean back in my chair and take a moment to relax. It was really good, but I feel like I could still eat some more. I'm smacked back to attention as the door bursts open, Nichols nearly slamming it behind him as he barges in. For his voice again. Ah, hello. Ah, hello. Ah, hello. You're awake and out of your bedroom. Splendid. Hi. Yes, good morning. I'm sorry for the delay. I should have all been sorted out yesterday, but I was simply swamped with work. Is full of an odd energy, but the bags under his eyes tell a different story. He looks outright exhausted. I can see him teetering on the spot. Did he have any sleep last night? I got behind on my paperwork, and my older brother gave me such a scolding. So much to do. So many transfers from Varmy and Kali to document for the hunt. He pulls out a chair across from me, then crashes into it as he takes a seat, not even skipping a beat. And then he falls asleep. Varmy and Kali are the countries to the south and west of us. Our duchy shares a border with them. He gestures kind of wildly in what I can only assume is southward or westerly direction. So many more than last year. You usually can pass the work off to others, but this year... Maybe all caught up. After that I finally had time to fabricate a flawless background for you. And again, just kind of sits there for bristling with manic, tired energy. Are you okay? Oh my god. That actually scared me. That actually did scare me for real. Their bordering countries are warm and cold? I didn't even pick up on that, right? Ah. Warm and cold. Yeah! That's just warm and cold. Warm and cold. I'm trying to pronounce it more like sort of Germanic languages other than English. I am fantastic! He almost leapt across the table there, now standing over me in restrained silence. The corners of his wild grin twitching. To be asked by his sylving about my well-being. What an honor. But let's move forward. I have completed your documentation. At least it's funny lazy world building. To the south is warm, and to the north is cold. But let's move forward. I have completed your documentation. He snatches up his satchel and digs out a main scroll. Takes out a small scroll, unrolling it on the table. Mostly, when possible, we should use information that is true to life. Okay. Were you always missing a shirt? Wait, that's not important. What's important is to show you this. I wanted to go through it with you. You see, if we blend truth about you in the document, it will make it easier for you to memorize. I see. Sounds like a good idea. I'm filling out a character sheet. So, where should we start? He reaches into the satchel and pulls out a bottle of ink and quill. He readies himself to write, He readies himself to write while pulling the document back to his side of the table. Let us begin with your date of birth. Month and day, please. April 17th. Your cat must use a different name for the months. But I do remember reading the word April in this strange, thin book I found during one of my many expeditions. It had detailed illustrations and grids with numbers inside. I surmised it to be some kind of logbook, but a calendar makes much more sense. Tell me, what season is this April? Spring. Then let's say it is the month of birth. And your age? I'm 25. True. I got my age right. So you're just a year older than myself. Maybe in your kind of age. How fascinating. His feathery pen flutters around as he fills in the blanks. Do you perhaps have a mate? A maid? But your lover, a woman to whom you are betrothed or already wed to. No, I'm still single. I haven't even been with a guy in a while. I cover my mouth as I realize what I just said. I don't know yet what they think of same-sex partners in this world. Rebecca is also just the German word for birch. Is it just German words straight up? They have combat in the fantasy world. But Mikkel doesn't even flinch, keeping his nose to the paper as he scribbles away. Maybe he didn't hear me say that. And done! He blows over the fresh ink, picking up the paper and scrutinizing his penmanship before offering it to me. You need to let the ink dry first, but this will serve as your official safe conduct. The safe conduct? Yes, the paper that proves who you are and who you proclaim to be. With this, you should have no trouble if anyone asks about your background or if they need identification. I'll be making a copy to your register. I'll be making a copy to register you within our records as well. I did thorough research and decided that the best choice for you is to be from Schallenhof. I'm gonna look up that word. Never mind. Nothing. That doesn't mean anything from what I can tell. I guess there's Hof, which is like a court, right? Shall is sound. It's a beautiful place that borders the sea with mountains and great vistas. It is in the far northeast. The village is small. It's distant enough that it won't be suspicious that you don't know all our local customs. A lion couple of moderate status moved there decades ago. People rarely travel there, and little is known about them, which is perfect for us. Almost a shame that there isn't much cultivation there, which is why Sophie will live in Schallenhof. But that'll help you pretend to be their child, after all. He lets out a big yawn as he rolls the paper. As he hands the roll of paper to me. Is there anything else you would like to add? This document affirms that the lion carrying the surname Sondra is verified by family Vetskogen. Born in Schallenhof and the far northeast of Nafort. His parents, Anna and Björn Sondra, born in the month Berg 1401. Height 5.10 paws. Sondern means otherwise in German. Oh. Appearance white mane and blue eyes. Race lion, gender male, occupation traveler. Unwed. No bitches. There's not that much written on it. I guess their registration system is pretty simple. I can only trust that this is enough, but I know nothing about the Schallenhof and what it's like. I should probably be prepared if someone asks about it. Could you tell me more about... I love that the new text is in darker ink because it hasn't dried yet. Yeah. The Eeper. I nearly dropped the scroll, looking up to see that Mikkel has just passed out on the table, already breathing slowly and peacefully. He must have really struggled to stay awake till now. Can't imagine how much trouble it'd be if he's caught forging documents. I'm not sure how bad it is to use a family stamp to fake an idea, but it's gotta be pretty serious. Despite the risk, he's still doing it for my sake. With how much he's trying to make up for his mistakes, I should be a little nicer to him from now on. I look at the document again. I'll need to memorize the basics before I go outside again. My name here is Dear Sondra. My parents are now Bjorn and Anna Sondra. I'm a traveler from Schallenhof. I feel bad using someone else's name, but it's only temporary. I don't plan on doing anything while I'm here, so I hope they don't mind me borrowing it. A seal is attached a little strip of fabric to the document, and there's some sort of symbol on the wax. It must be Mikkel's family crest. It's the only thing that makes this scroll look legit. Hi! I hear the door open behind me, and when I look up I see Agnar enter with a parcel in his hand. I wave at him to get his attention, and then point to Mikkel while holding a finger to my lips. The wolf gives me a curious look, and then notices the unconscious fox. He smirks knowingly, sighing and shaking his head. Closing the door behind him, he leads me back up to the bedroom. They're gonna put baby to bed. Once inside, Agner closes the door gently. I guess he didn't get much sleep again. He was a bit out of it before he kissed the table. It really looked like he needed the sleep. That's not too uncommon for him. Whenever he found a new trinket from your world, he would lock himself away in his study for days at a time, fixated on puzzling it out. His fevered excitement would always leave him exhausted, but I would always make sure he at least remembered to eat. Does he do that often? More often than you think, trust me. I forgot his voice, goddamn it. That the two of you talk about your new background. Let me do his voice. And then my voice barely changes. God damn it. I'm a fucking hack. Yeah, we went through the registration paper you put together. Good. And we're already making progress. Just try to embody Shadow the Hedgehog. Shadow the Hedgehog. I'm the coolest. He hands me a limp, wine-wrapped parcel. They had me in the... What's with this strange gas? What are you talking about? They had these in stock, and were the closest to your measurements. Isn't that a shadow line? Not that I know of. Where's the damn fourth Chaos Emerald? I'm the coolest! This gas is filling me with evil? Maria! Baker, I think you're the fake hedgehog around here. Something like that. I requested the finest material for you, so hopefully they should be comfortable. They may be simple, but this is very common clothing for us. And more importantly, it's clean. Thank you. I can't wait to try them on. I'll give you your privacy again. I look down at the parcel and notice that my claws are already threatening to pierce clean through the clothes inside. Wait, could you help me with something first? Of course. What could I do for you? Carefully putting my bundle of new clothes on the bed, I hold out my hand so Agner can see the fresh set of finger knives I've got. I need to clip these claws. Oh, that's... He gives pause, clearing his throat before speaking again. Must apologize. The lion requested sort of thing caught me off guard. Feelings take great pride in their claws, and go through great lengths to maintain their sharpness. Why would you want me to cut them? They keep getting stuck on my clothes and tearing holes in them. If I don't trim them down, they'll just end up ruining my new ones too. Don't sylvings have claws? Oh, we don't have exactly claws. We call them nails. They're mostly flat and not sharp at all. Some people grow them longer, but even then they're nowhere near as sharp as this. They also crack pretty easily because they're so thin, so most of us prefer to keep them short. Sounds terrifying. Can't imagine what having nails must be like. I can see why you would have trouble getting used to having claws if they're really so different. Agner steps close, looking a bit curious, and offers a hand. May I see them? I hold a hand out, and he takes a gentle hold of it. He studies the back of it intently, before flipping it over and inspecting the pad. He thumbs at the dull backside of one of my claws. It's a strange sensation, but not a painful one. Have you tried retracting them? I've been fucking saying! I didn't know I could. I'm still figuring out this body. Would you try for me? I sort of feel around inside my hand, squeezing the digits of one hand in the other, looking for new things to move. I stretch and flex my fingers, trying to find or trigger any mechanisms to deactivate my claws. But I just end up wiggling my fingers around a bit while Agner He leans in a bit closer, still inspecting my hand with a sure hold. His hand practically engulfs mine, being twice the size, his dark pads contrasting my pink ones. His grip moves down a couple of fingers, giving a squeeze at each knuckle before reaching my palm. His pads are firm and rough on the outside, but I can feel warmth from them when he presses in the middle of my hand. This is like my theory in Awakening where my tail was not, but kind of bumping into everything. Agnar lets my hand slip from his, breathing out in registration and resignation. If you can't retract them, then I suppose it can't be helped. It's best we cut them down a little then, at least until you get used to them. Some would see this as doing this as a kind of shame, though. Your claws are in pristine condition. Pristine or not, I would be more of a shame if I tore apart my new clothes on the first day. That is true. Besides, who would I even impress? It's not like I know anyone here besides you and Nicole. I'll take safe claws over pretty ones any day. You'll meet the others soon, but point taken. Don't just mention your claws to Lord Nicole. He'll probably bombard you with questions about why you can't control them and end up studying their claws for hours. Agnar moves to the vanity, searching through the drawers. There should be a set of clippers in here somewhere. While he keeps looking, I feel around inside my hand again, see if I can retract the claws at all, flexing my fingers open and closed. Open, closed. Nope, still poking around. Yeah, here we go. He pulls out an odd-looking pair of scissors, then places something small and lumpy on the table. It's decorated with a floral pattern on the side, making clear these are likely one of the fancier sets. Please have a seat. He gestures to the stool and I settle into it. How do you usually trim your nails? How do you usually cut them? I mean, nails are pretty simple. You usually just cut them to the fingertip and leave a little left at the top. The foal visibly shudders at that, looking like it said something truly gruesome. What? I cannot do that to you. Cutting them down to the fingertip is nothing but a way of torture. Does it really sound that bad? I think he knew it's unusual, but not to that extent. His tongue... yeah, hang on, wait. I guess it'd be if someone were to cut their nail all the way to the pink parts. I would be a bit squeamish too if I had to do that. A bit? That hurts. Well, how do you normally do yours, Agnar? Us wolves prefer to keep them sturdy when we shorten them. We don't use their claws to fight, and we're not built for more delicate work, so we keep them blunt and rounded. That way they don't get stuck on things. But are still long enough to help when gripping them. That sounds good to me. I can't let these dangerous weapons hurt any more innocent clothing. Let's go with that. Give me the claws of a wolf. He smirks, holding back a chuckle with a grunt. This game is making me stupid. Protag doesn't know the cat claws of nerve endings. He didn't even know they were retractable until we mentioned it. Carl, you're a kitty cat. He drops to one knee on the floor in front of me, his expression focused as he reaches for my hand. He takes a steady hold of it, my fingers held securely in place. He leans in for his first cut, before pulling the clippers back and glancing at me. Pay close attention to what I do them, so you can trim them yourself next time. You need to learn everything you can about taking care of yourself. Let me kiss him. Fuck. I sit up straighter and to lean over. He moves my hand so that the both of us can get a clear view of it. Resting the blade on my index claw, he snips at an angle on either side of it. He cuts straight across. leaving a clean edge. The snap of the scissors is a bit louder than expected. I could feel it through my bones. It doesn't hurt, but it certainly feels different than cutting my regular nails. His movements are careful and controlled, moving from one claw to the next down the line. Cutting it in front of my index to my pinky finger, he turns my hand to the side, taking careful hold of my thumb's knuckle. Thumb claws are a bit difficult to cut. They're usually sturdier and wider than the others, so be careful when you do this the first few times. I'll try to remember that. My nose twitches as he picks up on something. I didn't notice it before, but there's this scent coming from him. Pine and mint and a kind of earthy aroma. It reminds me of a forest. Sniffing him! It honestly suits the masculine image of this big wolf. Being so close, I take the time to have a better look at him while he's focusing intently on my hands. The lighter portions of his fur look so clean and well kept. The darker fur serving to outline his facial features. His brow wrinkles subtly. Bleh. Bleh. His brow wrinkles subtly before every clip. His yellow eyes fully focus on his work. I wonder if he even notices it. The fur around his head is thick, with little tufts pointing out in different places. I look to his sides, his shoulders being many times wider than my own. His chest is broad, with a dark brown fur sticking between his white fur and dark chest hair. It's crazy to me that someone who's this big and strong treats me so gently. Look at this here, dear. He shows me the hand he's just finished with. Well, it's all trimmed. I was so distracted from examining his appearance that I didn't even notice he had switched to my other hand, let alone finished it. You need to be very careful that you don't cut them too short. It's not very easy to see, but inside your claw there's something called the quick. You do not want to cut that. It will sting quite painfully if you do. It starts about here. For comparison, he puts his own claw next to mine. I can see the different hues inside the claw he's pointing at. Do you see that point where the color starts to shift? Don't cut any further than that. Don't cut near the quick. Got it. He puts the scissor on the dressers, and then grabs a rectangular object and presents it to me. It looks like a light brown sponge, but dried up. Now use this to smooth the rough edges in your set. Oh, what is it? This is a pumice stone. It's a rock that was hewn from a dead volcano, and they can be used to smooth out your claws after a trim. Most people use sandstone, but this gets a better result. I'm sure Lord Mickle wouldn't mind if you used it. He demonstrates the filing process on one of his own claws in small yet swift motions. You can slide it across and away, never towards yourself. It can be bad for your claws and it can be pretty unpleasant. Here, try it. He offers the stone, which is practically weightless in my palm. I'd never thought that volcanic rock could be used as a nail file. Ah! My gratitude evaporates from the first stroke. It feels like I'm dragging my nails across chalkboard. A tingling sensation sends a shiver all the way down my spine and to the tip of my tail, poofing the fur out. Wolf gives me an understanding but encouraging look. It's a bit tough the first time. It can take some getting used to. I was afraid he'd say that. The fantasy of having someone explain hygiene to you instead of leaving you to figure it out by yourself. It's really autistic in this sense, I think, where it's like explaining the basics of how to be a normal functioning person to you, right? I love that. I want that. I want someone to do that for me. And be like, hey, it's okay if you don't get it the first time. Just putting on shoes is hard. It's great. It's really great. I power through the discomfort, rounding each one out until Agnar tells me to move on to the next. After all that, my claws are finally dull, and now my clothing is now safe. To be fair, I did figure out how to tie my shoelaces all by myself when I was 4. It took me a while, I think, before it like clicked in my head. But I did learn it like around the time you're supposed to learn it. I think for a moment how absurd this all is. Of all the things I could be doing in a whole new world, I spend my time getting my nails done. Good, you did well. I examine the claws, the tips all nice and dull. Now I can be sure I won't accidentally shred my new clothes to confetti. You were quick to trim my claws. Have you done this before? A few times. There were those who had never done it before, so they could... Forget what I said. It was a long time ago. He stays quiet for a moment, not going into further detail. Spotty with Agnar. His eye catches the bed, a little scroll catching his eye. Is that your safe conduct? Huh? Oh, yeah. He picks up and unfurls it. Go ahead and get dressed. I'll be right outside the door memorizing this. Crap, must fit a sore spot. Didn't think something as flipping claws would bring up some bad memories to him. Einar didn't want to talk about it, so I better not stick my nose in further. Did he get fingered? Alright, let's try to stay positive and focus on the here and now. Sorry, I just imagined like a furry with the lesbian nail do, you know? With, like 2 really dull fingers and the sharp fingers on the edge. Right. Like your thumb, your index finger, and your middle finger are dull and rounded and soft. And then your ring finger and pinky finger are really long. That, but with furry claws. The lesbian manicure, that's it. That's what I was looking for. I'm gonna Google it and see if I didn't make it up. Okay, I did not make it up. Okay, some people leave the thumb sharp as well. Most examples leave the thumb sharp. And some only on one hand. Like the manicure is only on one hand. It's a specialized tool. I like it. I might as well show an image of it actually. Here's what the lesbian manicure looks like. No, not that. I guess some people do it like that. Whatever. Oh, wrong button. Now that the murder mittens are declawed, it's time to finally see what I've got. Unbuttoning back my pants, I pull them down and let myself be fully naked. I look down my furry belly, down to my orange legs and feline feet. I wonder, though... My alt tab is ready. It's been so crazy adjusting to being a lion that I haven't really taken a good look at myself. I've glanced down a few times, sure, but I haven't explored fully just how different I look like now. Save for Conquer at the ready. Yeah. Only one way to find out. Yep. Oh, it's not ready. It's not ready. There it is. I need to practice that maneuver. Okay. Yeah. I reach up and run my fingers through the thick white hair. Can't help but marvel at my reflection. Most of the fur is light orange, with creamy underbelly and white tufts leaking through the middle. I really have become half lion. But thankfully my junk looks normal. Or as normal as it can be. I don't have anything to compare it to, but I can only assume that this is how they look for everyone around here, more or less. At least for lions, I guess. Oh, he's checking out his ass. Okay, I can censor that, right? Oh, whoops. No, not wrong button. There we go. I'm setting myself up for failure. Turning around, I see my whole back covered in orange fur. The tail is still behind me, moving around as it pleases. Still weird to think I have a tail now. Okay. It's tasteful safer work. Yeah, it's like safer work that was good. As far as I'm concerned, the entire naked body is safe for work. I unwrapped the parcel on the bed, having a look at the new clothes Agnar brought for me. They're all brown or white or folded neatly, with a dark brown belt placed at the top of them all. I pick out the first piece of clothing, being the white underwear. Unlike my boxers, these aren't stretchy. At least they're soft, though. I use this as a drawstring instead of an elastic band, and there's a hole big enough for the tail at the back of it. I slip my legs into them and pull them on. There's some trouble threading the tail through the There's some trouble threading the tail through the third hole. That is so hard to say. There's some trouble threading the tail through the third hole. There's some trouble threading the tail through the third hole. But I managed after some maneuver. Next is the shirt, being an off-white color. Holding it up, it looks to be a couple sizes too big for me. I don't think even my normal shirt back home is this big. The sleeves are wide at the cuff but narrow at the shoulder. The neckline has a triangular neck hole with a string through it. Not sure how this would look on me, but I decided to just roll with it and slip it on. For now, the single pair of brown pants. Being a little shorter than my blue jeans, but the material feels rougher when holding it. The seam pattern isn't something... It's not how you spell seam. The seam pattern isn't something I've seen before, with the back having a strap with a button. Huh? Probably for the tail. I slipped them on one leg at a time, my new lion feet not having as much trouble getting through like with my old pair of pants. Oh my god, they should have cut his paws. His foot paws. I have some trouble affixing the strap over my tail, but I managed it eventually. I thread the belt through the loops of the pants and fasten the buckle. With my pants securely on, I stretch, lift, and wiggle my legs around to see how everything feels. Alright then, that's the last of it. Let's see how we look with clothes on this sun. Hey, I actually don't look half bad. I didn't think the clothes were all that flattering, but it looks pretty good when it's all put together. You're just skinny, don't worry about it. Looking like this, I'm starting to think I might actually be able to blend in with everyone here. Little German boy going to the weed cave. Mein Gott, Leute! This cave is full of Blondensmoken! Mein Gott, Leute! Meine Mama hat mir einfach erlaubt, dass ich Cola trinken darf. Wie cool ist das bitte? Ich zocke Fortnite und trinke Cola. Yippee! And that's one of 2 phrases I know in German. That's one phrase I know in German. I forgot the other one. I turn around, taking it how it all looks on me. I think I've put it all on right before walking out the door. I pull up in the door with Agner standing right outside, carefully studying the paper. So, did I put them on correctly? Oh, look at that. You look like a real deer. I'm a real deer. How does it feel wearing them? It feels good. These clothes are really comfortable. Thank you for finding them for me. I'm glad they're to your liking. I found most suitable clothing to be expected of a lion with your build. You'll have no trouble blending in with us. Now that we've resolved the matter of your attire, there are a few things we need to address. He gestures for me to sit, and I plop down onto the bed. Agnar choosing to sit on the stool so her eyes are somewhat level. We had originally planned for your documents to be finished yesterday. We then spent a day educating you on our world and history. But with the hunt fast approaching, Mikkel and I won't have time to teach you everything you'll need to know. So you're saying I should stay out of sight until it's over? On the contrary, we should get you in public eye as soon as possible. Agnar holds his chin and thinks, trying to find the right words. I don't know what it's like in your world, but in a small village like this, newcomers don't go unnoticed. Worse still, rumors of odd behavior, such as walking around funny and in strange clothes, spread quickly. The longer you stay hidden, the more curious they'll become, and the more embellished and outlandish the rumors will get. Which is why we came up with a plan to get people to quickly lose interest in them. Every year, the events of the Hunt are the talk of the town for months on end. That means if we can feed people's curiosities about you, then the local gossip of the Hunt will completely overshadow you. But that means getting you as much casual exposure as possible. Nothing kills rumors like the mundane. I will accompany you as you go about town, helping you walk and talk just like anyone else. You won't need to do or say much at first. I'll be here to field most questions while also making sure the nosy locals are kept at bay. Whenever Lord Mikkel has time, he'll teach you about our history and culture in depth. He was supposed to give you your first lecture this evening after catching up on his duties, but he's clearly in no condition to do so today. Well, why don't you teach me then? If you're my guard, then couldn't I learn all while we're out and about? That might not be wise. Lord Mikkel is more educated than I am. I can tell you what I know, but you'll need to know a lot more than me to safely pass this year. So seeing as his lordship is a bit indisposed, I thought I could give you a little tour of the village. To help you start getting used to us. We'll visit only a couple of places before returning to the house, introducing you to those closest to me to expand the pack for you. They're good people, and are very welcome to newcomers. I know they'll like you. Getting some fresh air and stretching my legs sounds amazing considering I've been stuck in this room for nearly 2 days straight. Actually walking among them rather than being a public spectacle would certainly be a welcome change. Before we leave, I need you to promise me something. You cannot be seen using magic, no matter what. Oh, right, that. I understand this concern. I haven't even felt the slightest thing of magic since we left the cave. Do I have your word? I don't think you have to worry about that. I'm pretty sure it won't be happening again. How can you be so sure? You told me you've never done magic before. Well, I had a lot of time to myself cooped up in here, so I kind of sort of tried to do some magic to pass the time. But nothing happened, I swear. It's incredibly reckless, dear. You should have told me before doing so. What if someone had seen you through the window? Don't worry, like I said, nothing happened. I didn't even make a spark. Here, look. He's so scared. I imagine the arcs of white lightning from back in the cave, trying to summon all the power through my arm before punching the air with element. Agnar knocks over the stool as he helps back from terror, looking like he's about to get blown to bits. But just like all the other times, nothing happens, and I'm left waving my arms looking like a weirdo. Agnar scowls, radiating feeling irritation. Do not do that again, dear. If people suspect that strange magic is coming from this house, we'll have worse than rumors to deal with. Sorry, I just wanted to know what's going on with me. First I turned into a lion and now I can do magic. Wouldn't you be curious if the same happened to you? His shoulders slack a bit and scowl softens. He gives a grunt of understanding. Like I said, no matter what I did, nothing happened. For all we know, I can only do magic inside the cave. But however it works, it's clearly not something that's just gonna fire off out of nowhere. The only other thing we know is that it happened when I got really, really upset. So unless my life is suddenly going to get even more crazy, we should be fine. So as long as you stay calm, you're quite confident that this power is under control? As far as I can tell, yeah. Then I will do my best to make sure that your temper doesn't get the best of you. I don't know much about magic or sylving powers, but I trust that you will keep this under control. There's that word again. I know sylving is someone from my world, but it feels like there's a lot more weight and history behind that word than I've been told. It's hard to believe I'm one myself. It makes me feel like I'm from a race of elves, being regarded as higher beings due to possessing some sort of power. Did people from my world do something in the past? Something so serious that it'd be dangerous if people found out what I am? I tug on my sleeve and look up at the wolf. Wait, Agnar? Is it really a death sentence if someone finds out I'm a sylving? Agnar looks a bit surprised, then apologetic. No, of course not. Probably. That doesn't sound too reassuring. I'm not sure what will happen. It's been centuries since the word of sylving has been heard in these lands. The wolf scratches his head, carefully considering how to answer. Tell me, if I were to go to your world, would I be executed for being a wolf? I don't really know. I feel like nobody in my world's ever seen a wolf man before. Or, well, any kind of person from this world. Unless I'm counting myths and movies about werewolves going around and tearing people apart. Those usually end with a werewolf getting hunted down and shot and stabbed or whatever else finishes them off. Should probably keep that tidbit to myself. Of course, Agnar isn't some mindless monster, but there's still no way to know how people would react to him just showing up out of the blue. It'd be impossible to expect anyone to be calm and casual like that. I guess it would be very mixed, good and bad, mostly because nobody would know how to react. I think you understand the unpredictability of it. While it's not a crime for you to be a sylving, it's been so long since one has been seen or heard. There's no telling how people would react. News of sylving would spread like wildfire, and even if there were people who would accept you, there's no way of knowing how the rest of the kingdom would react. Lord Mickle would also be put in danger, as we said before. What he's doing is strictly forbidden. And I doubt even his father would save his neck if someone discovers his involvement in you being here, especially if they discover it being using a witch's relic. You mentioned it being important that nobody find out about Mickle's cloak. Are witches' relics really that big a deal? There are a lot of people still suffering to this day because of evil witches in the past. Even if his lordship was using it to help people, merely owning one can have him executed. It was the only way you could travel to your world to search for a way to find a way to reverse it. With that in mind, best you never mention witches, relics, or sylvings to anyone. And even if someone brings them up, just change the subject or leave. It was a lot to take in, but I have so many questions about everything he's just said that I don't think I can handle much more pressure. I don't mean to scare you, but if you need to watch your tongue out here, even when talking to those close to me. I want you to fit in and lead a normal life while you're here. To do so, we have to avoid drawing any unnecessary attention to ourselves. The weight of those words sits heavily on my shoulders. I understand how important it is that I don't talk about witches, myself, and human stuff. Hi, ocean
Yummy
violets. Oh boy. I was about to actually go get some water. Because my throat hurts. I'll be right back, actually. There's a kitten crawling up the back of your shirt. Nice. How are we holding up, chat? How are you enjoying the story? It's fun. The pacing is slow, but not like bad slow. Yeah. I do think this current segment we're going through seems particularly slow to me. On the one hand, I like some of the meticulous detail. I like the random bit where our character has to deal with how to poop in this world in a toilet. Right. But this segment is just like bits like that constantly for like the last half hour, I don't know. I guess intimate is a good word for it, yeah. I think it's fine, it's not too bad. Alright. I want you to fit in and lead a normal life while you're here. To do so, we have to avoid drawing any unnecessary attention to ourselves. The weight of those words sits heavily on my shoulders. I understand how important it is that I don't talk about witches, myself, and human stuff. I understand. I won't tell anyone, I promise. Thank you, dear. I appreciate you taking this to heart. Pagner hands the scroll back to me. I've read and memorized your safe conduct. It's vague enough as far as background goes, but people might ask what it's like in Schallenhof. Did his lordship describe what it's like to you before he fell asleep? Mikkel? No, not really. We only got through the name and birthday. I'll ask him to cover it in your lessons, then. For now, when someone asks you a question you don't have an answer to, turn to me. I can either answer for you or pull you up from the conversation. If you're by yourself, you can make an excuse. Like, you're still too weary for your viewer to answer, or you can try to keep it vague. But whatever you do, never make unnecessary lies. A vague truth is still a truth. A lie can be picked at until it falls apart. And always remember that it's Always remember that just because someone asks you a question doesn't mean you have to answer. You especially shouldn't feel pressure to give a response about something personal. This is why I want you to come with me today. Lessons are all well and good, but first-hand experience is better. We need to help you adjust quickly while you can still use your recent illness as an excuse. Are you confident enough in your feet to walk with me? I've got butterflies in my stomach, but I don't want to stay inside another day. Even after the serious talk we had and the stakes we face, I finally have the nerve to show my face outside again. Going for a walk and meeting some of his friends is a good place to start. Maybe I won't be so intimidating once I get out of there. Sure, it actually sounds nice. I promise not to not cause any trouble. Good. Then before we depart, I just want to make sure you have your story straight. Remember, you're dear Sandra now, you're a traveler, and it's your first time outside of Schallenhof. I wish they, actually did a quiz format for this. That would be fun. Do you, dear the character, remember yes or no? Literally conversation training. Yeah. It's so autistic. You were found ill on the road and were taken by Lord Mikkel from Fitzcogan family. I would fill it so fast. Yeah, but it'd be funny. It would be really charming. Let me answer it in a quiz format. Let me be tested on my ability to recite this information. You were found ill on the road and were taken by Lord Mikkel from the Fitzcogan family. And I have been assigned as your personal guard. What's the next holiday? Fitzcogan seems Swedish, yeah. I think Kog might mean bear. I'm gonna look it up. It is Danish and it means the wood forest. According to Google Translate, so maybe take it with a grain of salt, but I echo Agnar's words back to him, word for word. I repeated a few times to commit it to memory. Good. You're ready to come outside with me. Touch grass with me. That would be so good. Let's go touch grass with my best friend Agnar. Finally, there's a lot for me to keep in mind, but I'm just excited to see what it's like downtown. We'll be stopping at the inn. I know the owner there well. It's actually his meals I've given you. So we're not going to see the whole town today? Just show me everything. Show me everything this place has to offer? I know I already mentioned keeping it simple, but now I'm getting more curiosity to explore this place. Take it slow, dear. I must see how you hold up first. Come, let's make our way to the inn. Oh, he's still there! I thought we put him in the bed. Put him on bed. Put him in a bed. That is a really horrible position to sleep in. It's gonna get neck pain. And back pain and like shoulder pain. His whole upper body's gonna feel like shit. And like his legs are gonna be stiff. Agnar makes the wooden floor creak by his weight, but the fox keeps snoring soundly. I'm pretty sure he wouldn't have been able to wake him up if we tried. After sneaking past the sneaking fox, we step out the door and onto the bustling street. I'm gonna turn down. Oh, that's ambiance, I guess. Is the fox guy living with you now? No, we are living with the wolf. I'm his pet cat. His pet kitty cat. His pet autistic kitty cat who needs to learn how to walk and how to be normal in conversations. After sneaking past the sleeping fox, we step out on the door and onto the bustling street. Agnar locks up behind us. It takes him a second, which gives me time to make a quick scan of our surroundings. Actually, yeah, this whole town design is pretty Scandinavian. Is it? Or these kind of like Honchevroos feel very Tudor to me. Which is more... I want to say English. That's probably not actually English. Okay, Tudor is specifically England and Wales. The gable decoration plus the frame, the A-frame house on the right. Oh, yeah, wait. I don't really know my medieval architecture specifics. I see an overhang like this and I'm like, yep. Dramatic? Yeah. I wish I hadn't. Just about every set of eyes is glued to me, and they don't dart away until we make eye contact. And even then, I can feel them walk back the moment I look away. Those are fairly common all around as an easy way to have more floor space. Yeah, I know about that. It's all we expected, but what makes it no less unnerving. I can only hope that they'll lose interest sooner or later. We'll be making our way further into the village, down this street. It points in the opposite direction, and we went the other way. The opposite direction we went the other day, away from the village exit. It will get more crowded as we go, so stay close to me. Get my voice again. Bleh. I'm the coolest. That's my vocal warm-up for him now. Just sounding that, shouting at their voice lines. He keeps a steady pace right by my side, his stride low but casual. There's already so many eyes on me, and there's only going to be more. The menagerie of different animal faces is also extremely distracting. My brain trying to figure out what species everyone is. But Agnar is beside me. His imposing stature inspires a bit more confidence in my stride. At least until the breeze blows right up my back, sending a chill from the end of my spine. The hole for the tail leaves that spot exposed. It feels like I'm having a big hole that shows my rear end. I almost pull my shirt out, my pants to cover it, but I'm not confident how I'll look doing it. I grow more and more self-conscious by every step, and the streets continue to grow more and more crowded. I try to pull up my pants as far as they go, but no luck. No matter how high up I get them, it still feels like my butt crack is just out there for everyone to see. Out of desperation, I awkwardly use a hand to cover my hole. The wolf notices as I start to fall back and brings us to a stop. Are you alright? Yeah, I'm good. Are you sure about that? You keep fidgeting and you're holding your back like you strained it. I just feel a little exposed with that opening behind me. You mean your tail hole? Is it too big for you? No, not at all. It's pretty snug, actually. It's just, I'm not used to feeling air there. It's weird to me. And the fur around your backside can be very sensitive, which is probably why you're feeling that way. I'm afraid there's no way for me to help you with it. The hole is for your tail, so you can only try to get used to it. You shouldn't worry about what others may think. How you look is perfectly normal. Nobody gives it a second thought. Remember, they're staring because you're new. You get all sorts of travelers, so their curiosity will wane before too long. I hope so. Let's keep moving. Focus on the path and try not to think about it. But I do think about it, and the more I do, the more I realize it really is just a me thing. No one else is getting their tush ogle through their tail hole. And with my nerves settling, I can see the only looks directed in my way are innocent curiosity. My posture relaxes, and I let my hands fall to my sides as I catch up to the big wolf. The street soon opens with a large square. It's been jam-packed with stalls, becoming a dense labyrinth that obscures the surrounding buildings. This unexpected bazaar is literally packed shoulder to shoulder with deer. Deer is Danish for animal. Yeah, deer is Danish for animal. You say it the same as the Dutch word deer, which also means animal, which through some fuckery became the animal deer in English. It's the same etymological root. shoulder to shoulder with deer. I don't know how anyone is meant to navigate it, let alone someone the size of Agnar. It really is crowded. It's really crowded here. Is that just hunt in Danish? Yeah, it is. It is. It's hunt in Danish. The hunter's market. The yacht market is quite something, isn't it? This plaza is usually empty, but during big festivals it gets packed with all sorts of novelty stalls. The hunt is the village's biggest draw for foreign merchants, so both locals and travelers all flock to see what's in store. So all the weird Germanic words are Danish, I guess. We've identified it. We figured it out. I can certainly see that. There's a buzz of enthusiasm in the air. Some stalls are so popular I can't even see what's being sold. As we continue our trek, I peruse the various wares. There are all manner of goods, and many of them which I don't recognize. Those that I do, however, are more the sorts of things you'd find in an antique shop. The stalls selling prices and teas are the most crowded. One is practically drowning in customers. I can barely see past the crowd. But I can see something that looks like exotic spices contained in jars. Hang on, if they're selling exotic products here, then maybe. Do any of these stalls sell coffee? Coffee? Yeah, coffee, or maybe chocolate? I've never heard of them, so probably not. Maybe we're just using different words for them. They're both brown. Coffee is roasted beans made into a drink, and chocolate is sweet and bitter treat that melts in your mouth. My apologies, but I've never seen or heard of such things. Girl forgot about colonization. Our dog does not understand things you can't feed animals. I heard these things called puppies, and if you feed them chocolate, they will die. The lack of flushable toilets was one thing, but no caffeine, no crisp roasted aroma to greet you in the morning? What a cruel world. I forget where specifically coffee comes from. I think that's like Central Africa, maybe Ethiopia. But like chocolate is from the Americas. If we're talking about a pre-colonial world, coffee would be extremely hard for them to come by, and chocolate would straight up not exist in the way that like Western Europeans recognize it. Coffee is from like West Asia or something, at least the drink. Might be. It might be. I thought it was from Africa, but maybe it's just also... maybe it just also grows there. I do remember something about like coffee being invented by Arabic cultures. The plant is from Northeast Africa. Okay. What a cruel world. It's slow going as we make our way through the crowd, giving me plenty of time to scope out goods. Some of the stalls seem to be selling local goods to outsiders. Oh my god, short stack snake. There's a snake? The drink is from Yemen. Okay. Some of the stalls seem to be selling goods to outsiders, one of which is packed with countless jars of honey, all different shades of golden brown. Some of them even have honeycomb inside. And there's a snake. The snake?! I don't know why I'm caught so off guard. I've seen plenty of different kinds of deer so far. Guess a snake with arms is a bridge too far. Not just any snake, but a cobra. Its head framed by a large hood that melts together into its neck. I struggle to rein in my fight or fight impulse. Yes, it's a person, and I have no doubt they're as harmless as the rest of the crowd. They don't have any legs. It's just an extra long, thick tail coiled up behind its stall. They are basking in the sun, enjoying a private, tranquil moment. I remember learning that reptiles are drawn to warmth, something about them being cold-blooded, so they need to seek the sun and other warm things to remain active. Their attire definitely doesn't strike me as local either. They're wearing golden bracers, necklaces, and something in their hood that resembles ear cuffs. Their outfit makes them stand out as both wealthy and very foreign. I can't help but feel like I fit in better than this guy. Protag was not a furry in the human world because I have no fucking knowledge about animals. There are many furries that don't know shit about animals, okay? I'm not super knowledgeable on deer. But having to, like, remind yourself that snakes are cold-blooded, I don't know. You knew cats have retractable claws. Yeah, because it's a really common fact about cats. I just like assume, if that's true for house cats, it's probably true for most big cats. Right. Okay, well, whatever. How come nobody's gawking at them? Talk about a double standard. Why is the protagonist kind of just being racist? And pulled from my spiteful thoughts as I realized they're staring back at me, a tongue flicking back at me with a keen interest. Ah, welcome, my good master. Come closer, come closer. If furries were all knowledgeable about animals, there wouldn't be so much coffee in their art. Okay, this is where the game gets weird and orientalist, I think. Right? His voice is masculine, like coy. His tongue flicks in the air again, and I take a half step back. Some part of me expected him to bite sooner than speak. Why is the protagonist being racist? They are not. Sosa only wants to give their customers what they desire. Adjusting his posture with the long, mesmerizing undulation of his tail, he gestures broadly at his wares. I hadn't even noticed what he was selling on account of being a Cobra man. Behold the finest silks from my homeland, the ring, a luxury beyond compare, as I'm sure your discerning eyes can tell you. Let's look at that word, labrin. Nothing. I'm so sick of music that sounds like this. It's just the generic... I don't know. Generic Orientalist music. Generic Arabic music. Shit you'd see in like a desert level with pyramids in the background. I'm transfixed, eyes like saucers, until I notice there's no coffee in sight. And then I lose all interest. The fabric looks nice and all, but it's not exactly something I need. The cobra picks out a particularly shiny bolt from his arsenal, unrolling a meter for me to examine. Now this would look most splendid on you, don't you agree? I can't even answer his question. I'm too distracted by all the hissing. Does he actually have to do it on every S? I thought that was just in cartoons. Oh no, they were spot on with that stereotype. Yes, only the best for you. Yeah, hopefully they went completely from desert animals, or basically just too far from Aladdin. Oh, they hypnotize you. Yes, only the best for you. This would this would fashion a most fantastic garment. How much will you be needing? I'm not sure. What would even make with it? Another shirt? But it does look really soft, and it's silk. I've never had silk before. Almost of its own volition, my hand gravitates towards the luxurious fabric. The cover's tongue flicks in anticipation. Only 90 crore a paw. How much is a crore? That's covered like pennies, right? We can afford that. Just before my hand connects, a large weight claps down on my shoulder and I nearly jump out of my skin. The shock pulls me out of my trance and I reel my hand back as though the fabric were a real serpent. I look up to see whose hand is on me and it's Agnar's. I need my big, strong Viking-coated wolfman to save me from this sniveling, feminine, foreign man. Yeah, it's weird. He's really weird. We're not buying. And the Carver's eyes shift to the wolf. And he puts away the silk, a mix of masked frustration and feigned meekness painted on his face. He bows low, head sinking farther down than most people could manage. The stall is open any day you wish to shine. Agnar leads me away, and it's like the world has come back to focus. I glance back at the merchant's stall, but he doesn't look upset. He's already returned to the bathing in the sun. It was certainly different. I know you must be curious, but please stay close to me today. These merchants can be all too persuasive if you give them your time. I wasn't gonna buy it. I don't even know what to do with silk. But you were still tempted. I saw who is working you over, luring you to the whim. It's a common tactic for their kind. What does that mean? You should be careful with all of these stalls. They know how to work people to buying much more than they need. What does that mean? The segment was completely unnecessary. No, it was world building, you see. It was world building. What the fuck? Finally clear off the square, we take a left down to down a short path onto an open street. Here we are, the Gold Hills Inn. I've seen plenty of taverns like this in games, and I think I know what to expect. Funny, they've always something like the Dancing Badger. I guess in a world filled with beasts, world names that don't really carry the same charm. Alright, let's head inside. Bat horse background man. Move aside, Agnar. I found my new crutch. I follow the wolf into the building, and it's just like how I envisioned it to be. The floor is made of cobblestone, as are the walls of the first floor. The second floor is entirely made of wood, and has a mezzanine overlooking the activity below. Blech. The archways are intricately detailed. Symbols twist and writhe across in patterns that are at once alien and vaguely familiar to me. Can't imagine how long it must have taken to carve them all. Looking over the counter, I can see the bar is well stocked with small barrels, bottles, flagons, and other spirits. Beside it is a massive door leading to what must be a kitchen. The aromas coming out of it are almost enough to lift me off my feet. I can clearly smell the decadent flavors of melted butter and salt grilled meat. My mouth is already watering. I swallow to keep myself from actually drooling. Most of the tables are empty, though. Must have beat the lunch rush, or missed it. Either way, everyone's in the market shopping, so we practically have the place to ourselves. Big bluff! A brown blur darts out from behind the counter, before seizing Agnar's leg in a tight embrace. His arms and legs are wrapped around Agnar tight enough to hold himself aloft. He's smiling ear to ear, giggling as he buries his face into the wolf's fur. Then finally notices me and his eyes go wide in surprise. He promptly releases Agnar and begins hopping from foot to foot in sheer excitement. Oh, I know you. You're the weird-looking one with the funny clothes. Ole. The cub wilts a little at the child, but immediately forgets his manners again, pointing shrewdly at me and bouncing in place. Maybe oh. Oh. But he's the one my friend told me about. He's a weird drunk lion. Bull is at least a German. I don't recognize that. Ola. Okay. Ola. He's not a drunk, Ola. He's recovering from a severe illness and is having trouble walking. Be nice and don't judge him by what others say. He puts his taunting finger down and continues to stare in silence before seizing Agnar's leg again. Is he growling? Oof, oh no! Oh, Ole the Dreaded has me in me clutches. Agnar drops to the ground on one knee like he's been gravely wounded. There's only one way I can save myself. Take this fiend. He lunges at a little bear cub, tickling his sides up and down. Ole squeals in laughter, relinquishing Agnar's leg, and scrambles in a futile effort to shield his most ticklish spots. Aha! I have found his weakness. Agnar gets his paws under Ole's arms and lifts him up high. The little guy is reveling in his theatrics with the biggest grin on his face. No! You win! I think he might be getting overstimulated, but the wolf continues with a spork and a sing-song voice. I don't know! I think this little brisket gives a chomp. Ah, no! It's really funny trying to see them, like, act this out with fucking PNGs. The inherent jank of the visual novel. The cub goes wildly, but it's no use. His fate is sealed. I'm playing with my dolls. He is in the clutches of the mighty wolf, and his belly is forfeit. Agnar's maw is spread wide, threatening to blow the cub's little tummy, or take a bite out of him like a burger. Before the fatal blow is struck, our eyes meet and he freezes. Despite the otherly charmed smile plastered on my face, he ceases immediately, though the wolf himself is wearing his own big dopey grin. Alright, young fiend, I'll spare you for now, but no more of your shenanigans. Okay, hehe. My garbage kid voice. It's got toes. Agnar pulls Ole down. Ole. Who darts back behind the counter and to the next room, squealing the moment he was released. I feel like I like pronounce this like it's Spanish. Ole. It's Ole. Ola. So, big woof, huh? Yeah, he always calls me that, but I like it. That's Ola. He's a Brum's cub. Brum? The owner of the inn, and also the head chef in the kitchen. He does most of the cooking, and is actually the one who prepared everything I've brought you to eat, aside from the bread. Really, I didn't know an inn like this would serve takeout. The ones I know usually make you dine in. Lucky for you, I'm the exception. Ever since we told him about you, he's been happy to lend a paw. It's so nice of him. I should really thank him when I get the opportunity. What's he like? Brum, well, he's got a big personality and the frame to house it. I wonder what he means by that. Because he's a bear? The little bear cub pokes his head over the counter, having climbed up to a stool to stand on. Big Wolf? Dad wants to know if you're dining in or taking it with you again. Well, it's up to you, dear. Well, it's up to dear. Would you like to stay a while? He leans in and lowers his voice. We don't have to, but I can't promise everything. I can promise everything tastes much better right out of the kitchen. Tough call, tough call. Go back to the house and cultivate my cabin fever some more. Or enjoy a hot meal and cozy in and get to make a new friend in this rum billow. You know what, I think I'll stay, just for a bit. Gets all intimate when talking about food. Hey Ola, I'd love to eat here and see what your dad can make. Yes. Would you like us to share the... Would you like to show us to a table? No, from practicing how to greet a noble. The little one's light face up. The little one's face lights up. He scampers down and around the counter before coming to a rigid stop before us. Right this way, my lord. He bows in comedic fashion, sweeping his arm low and wide with a gallant flourish. He then leads us to one of the most available tables. I love when I start making shit up. He then leads us to one of the available tables, chin raised snootily in the air, and walking on his tippy toes. Please have a seat. Armpit. He's speaking with an intentionally poor, pompous accent. It's hard not to chuckle. I hope he doesn't speak to actual nobles this way. I don't think they'd appreciate it. We take our seats with gracious air, following the cub's lead in this little skit. The chairs are a tad bigger than the ones back at the house. My feet barely touch the ground, while Agnar only has to bend his knees slightly. Best seats in the house. Thank you, Master Ola. You're too kind. Now that we're seated, could you introduce yourself to our newest guest? The little bear beams, grabbing the act and extending a hand to me. I'm Ola. Nice to meet you. I take his hand and give a gentle shake. Nice to meet you too. I'm Deer. You must take on a lot of responsibility around here, big guy. How old are you? I'm 6. 4, 5, I'm 7 years old. He puffs out his chest with pride. You had a birthday last month, right? Yeah, I'm gonna get the biggest honey cake too. Do you like honey, Mr. Lion? His name is Deer. Do you like honey, Deer? This kid's adorable, and he acts pretty much the same as any other human kid this age. I sure do. It's super sweet. I'd like to have it with my breakfast. Oh, Ole, do you think you could check on your dad in the kitchen? You know how much he appreciates your help. Cop sees right through Agnar's gambit and makes his displeasure known. I think after this tavern scene, I'll just stop. It's way too... I've been going for way too long. But Agnar, you promised you'd play with me today. Are you not do what the bear says? He's hunching his shoulders and pursing his lips. A look of more pained betrayal could not be mustered. I know, I'm sorry. But I've been appointed this nice lion's guard. You know I don't shirk for my duties. Could you forgive me? But you're always busy. It's been so long since we last played. Little bear cub stares at the ground. Paul is pulling at the hem of his shirt, looking sincerely dejected. His eyes started welling up with tears, and his round ears droop pitifully. His lips pucker out, and he looks up at me with the biggest eyes. Oh god, my heart. Sad, cute animals are my greatest weakness. He shuffles his feet, with big tear rolling down his cheek. I thought he had tougher skin after all those animal cruelty ads. I know he's just playing me, but there's a limit to how much sad cuteness I can take. But I also need Agnes. It's my first time out and about, and I really don't know what to do if something happens. Ugh, the eyes. Ugh, no more. Can't say no to a face like that. I'm not a monster. I'm this friendly little crocodile. You can go play with him, Agnar. I'll be fine. Agnar gives me a concerned look. He can see the struggle on my face. He knows. No, dear. I can't just leave you alone in an unfamiliar place just so I can go play. What sorcery allows you to be immune to this crystallization of misery? In front of a teddy bear. In the form of a teddy bear. Does he know? Know what? I grit my teeth, now spellbound to aid the Covenant's quest. Come on. It's the middle of the day, and everyone saw me come in with you. Who's gonna mess with me, right? I'll be fine. Before he can retort, I continue. Besides, you did promise him. Yeah, you and Dad always tell me it's important to keep your promises. You wouldn't want to set a bad example, would you? Manipulate him. Then last, the emotional blackmail pile's too high. The wolf breaks. Alright, we can play, but only for a little bit. Yay! The cub scampers over to a more open part of the inn. Agnar pushes himself up, leaning forward and whispering to me as he does. I won't be far. If anything happens, just call out for me. Got it? Alright, I will. Good. I'll have Brem bring you a drink to start with. Well, I'd better make a good first impression. How's he like? Brem's larger than life. His size may be intimidating, but I promise you that he's a good man. He'll like you, and you'd have to actually try to get him to dislike you. The kitchen... But the playful pair make their way behind the counter and into the kitchen. I can hear them talking, but I can't make out what they're saying. I lean back in my chair and just take in my surroundings. This is nice. The casual atmosphere, the quiet chatter of the sparse clientele. It's like a quaint medieval spin on any family establishment you'd find back home. The tables are pretty close together though, so I imagine it's very different vibe in the places back in the evening. But right now it's calm and relaxing. I can just lay back and let my mind wander. My eyes drift from table to table, watching three patrons eat and chat in a jovial manner. I latch onto one of them staring at me, before quickly averting their gaze. I stop people watching after that and just stare down at my hands resting on the table, twiddling my thumbs. I've never been a subject of public interest before. I should put that on a blog or something. I've never been a subject of public interest before. It's so fresh. I've never been a subject of public interest before. It's awkward, but at least they don't seem aggressive or scared, just curious. Shirt that says subject of public interest. This is gonna sound crazy, but the bear isn't doing it for me. First impressions, not interested. It's the muscle, I think. I don't know. Oh, I'm not bothered about the head. It's the muscle, I think. Muscle is just not by itself appealing to me. It distracts from the fatness. It detracts from it. It makes it worse. He should be fat. My attention snaps back to reality when a proverbial mountain of fur comes towards me. A new main menu background has been unlocked? Huh? What? Huh? At first I'm mistaken for one of the patrons, but as I get closer, I can see the bears coming from the kitchen and making a beeline for me. That's Brum? He's massive. I love how they use sound to make you believe the size of the characters. That's so good. It walks up to me, big, almost expectant grin on his face. I have to crane my neck back just to see his big nose. You must be the Lord... you must be the Lord dear Sandra that Agner told me about. It's real precious to meet you. I need a decent voice for him, fuck. Maybe like a kind of awkward, slightly light voice. Agner said he would be big, but I'm just a pebble compared to him. He should sit on me. His arms are definitely thicker than Agner's, and his legs are actually the size of tree trunks. But I'd probably have legs like that too if I was touching around a gut like that. What do these guys eat to get this enormous? He sets a tankard before me on the wooden table. It's so small compared to the beer that I didn't even notice him carrying it. I swallow nervously, finding my voice again. You're Brum? My lips won't stop quivering. I'm trying my hardest not to take off running from my seat. The one and only. And I welcome you to the Golden Hills Inn. I wanted to give you a proper douse at Bunklum. Hope you're enjoying your time so far, my lord. Armpit hair. Oh wait, true. I don't know. It's like it's trying harder to appeal to me, but it's just not quite there. I don't like this. I don't know. I'm not interested in him. Maybe it takes some time. I don't know. With all said, I wonder if it's the name of the village. Why Lord? Does he think I'm Warren? Agner told me you're traveling a noble. Agner told me you're a traveling noble. I've been hearing word around town too, but you're not all what I expected. Just look at the horse. Yeah. It's really easy to make horses appeal to me. It's hard to fuck that up. We didn't get many high society folks through the door, though Agner has brought that Vitskogen Valley a few times. I hear I've got some real colorful clothes too. I wish I could have seen them. All sorts of fanciful things about them. Colorful, right? That's the polite way to put it, I guess. Yeah, this place is pretty different from home, so I need to get something more local and less eye-catching. Ah, shame. Maybe I get to see him someday. I'm just so glad that I finally get to meet you in person. Want to give my lord a proper welcome to a humble village. I don't know what fucking accent I'm doing it, but I'm sticking with it. You said that already, but he's so friendly that I don't even mind. At the same time, I'm resisting the urge to cringe. He really thinks I'm a noble. Aw. I'm gonna have to talk with Ragnar about this. I didn't realize my identity came with status. I don't have a clue how I'm supposed to present myself. I overheard Jimmy my son. Real card, that one. Hope he's not been too much trouble for you. I love how this is the guy that sold me on the VM. He's overshadowed by a fucking background horse. I know! He, on the, like, homepage, he also did it for me. I'm like, okay, maybe this is the guy that will appeal to me. Out of all the characters that don't really appeal to me, maybe this is the guy that does it for me. And I like Agnar more immediately. And there's the background horse that I want to, like, sink into. He's eating his yummy steak. I want to rub his belly. I have heard Jimmy make my son. You caught that one, eh? I hope it's not been too much trouble for you. I like Jimmy Galto as well, but she won't wait tables until the evening. Those spirited gal, total heart stopper. She's the prized beauty of Dalset. I have been here, come here just to get a look at her. Helps with the flow of coins, you know. Maybe you've already heard of her? Wouldn't be the first time someone made their way here just to meet her. This might be the first woman that gets mentioned in the story. Oh, besides your fake mother. Besides your fake mother, this is the first character that gets mentioned in the story. Oh, trust me, she's the most beautiful woman you'll ever see this side of North London. One look and you'll be left speechless. Grandmother and sister, right. They're all off-screen women. This might be the first on-screen woman. We might see her, I don't know. And I feel like he's playing her up a bit too much. Seeing as he's her employer, I guess that's expected. Actually kind of curious to see what she looks like now. If you're not here for her, then... Ah, of course, you must be here for the big hunt. Not really, no, I was just in the area of it. Heard of it. Yeah, I probably could have lied there. It is the more likely to roll, and would excuse my presence, but then again, I don't know anything about it with the name. I found a word, that brings back memories. There was a background rabbit and fox in the one town scene. Okay, but like a background character is not a character in a narrative. They're filler to fill the scene. If I'm talking about a character, they have to actually exist and be mentioned by the characters. Yeah, I'm grasping at straws. I know. I don't count background character as having a presence in a narrative. They are there for a visual. Right. Okay. Well, I hope your stay is good before you move along. Else it's a good place to rest for a spell. Speaking of, I heard your wolf is your new guard. Was he holding up to your standards? Agnar? He's great. Actually, no, he's wonderful. This is one who found me in the woods, and I was looking at me while I was recovering. He's done a lot for me since I got here, and he's been treating me so well. I really like Agnar. I don't know what would have happened without him. That's our wolf. You must have been real sick, given you were hobbling around the village the other day, or so I heard. Jesus, how about the rumors have gotten? I better change the perception of me before everyone sticks me with a weirdo lion whale. No, it wasn't that bad. Maybe I've just been thrown off my balance and it's been rough getting my footing back. Rumors tend to exaggerate. I'm glad to hear you're doing better. Without skipping a beat, the surprisingly curious bear just resumes his line of inquiry. And now you're staying at the little lodge Agnes been watching over lately. Lord Mickle offered me to let me stay there while I am in town. Can't say for how long, but I'll be here for a while. So he'll be a long-term guest stay. Great. I hope you enjoy your time here then. No, it's your pleasure. My bedroom's not built for the refined types of noble, but my kitchen is open to whatever you fancy. Oh, I'm not too picky, really. I'll eat anything else. I'll eat anything as long as it's good. You've got it. I'll break out my best. The bear turns to go, but turns back to me before walking off. Food motivated. Just one more thing, my lord. Yeah? Treat Agner well, right? Sure, I will. Good to hear. And with that, the big bear disappears into the kitchen. I breathe a sigh of relief. I knew it would be a big bear, but not that big. That went over pretty well, I think. For a moment there, I thought it was going to eat me or something. Do you want that to happen? Agner was right. He's friendly enough, but his sheer size alone makes him intimidating. He's really friendly, but I can already tell that I do not want to get on that bear's bad side. Looks like he could throw me into orbit. My gaze returns to my table, waiting for food to arrive when I notice a drink. Oh, right. He's already brought me something. Come to think of it, I'm rather thirsty. I hold the tankard up to my nose and give it a sniff. It smells of apple juice and a hint of some kind of spice. I can't smell any alcohol. Without even thinking, my tongue dips into the liquid, lapping it. I almost slammed the tankard down onto the table in surprise. What was that? It's involuntary. I am an animal now, sort of, but I wasn't expecting it to do something like this. I wish I could do that with my tongue. A tail is one thing. I haven't had a tail before, but this is totally different. Still, I guess it could be worse. Let's just hope this doesn't keep happening. Pressing the tankard to my lips, I drink it properly. Fuller apple flavor than I'm used to with juice, but it's less sweet and a little bitter. I like it though, the cinnamon is a nice touch. Like any restaurant, my food isn't brought out right away, leaving me nothing to do but sip at my drink. Agner's taking a while, and I nervously rub my claws against my now empty tankard. I shouldn't be impatient, it's only been a few minutes. Rum walks around and brings a few meals to the other guests, as well as refilling some drinks. Wonder if we're all drinking the same thing, or if they're having something stronger. The occasional squeal of laughter emerges from the kitchen, and each time it's a welcome relief from my boredom. Ola and Agner sound like they're having a blast in there. Oh my god. That is fucking tiny. More, please. Just when I'm about to peek in the kitchen and see what the holdup is, Agner and Brum exit together and head to our table. The bear is expertly carrying 2 trays, each with sizzling, steaming food. One herb and butter answer with mashed but one sausage plate bird in the bowl. And that's what's set before me is a platter with 4 cuts of white meat, resemble oversized chicken breast, swimming in a butter and herb sauce. On the side is a generous mash of what smells like garlic and potato. Agner set 2 tankards on the table, one clearly meant to refresh my drink. The Wolves is much larger, topped off with white foam and smelling like a heady beer. So, Lord dear, Would you like to hear the request of this humble chef and tell me what you think of the food? He gestures at my plate, and I stare in bewilderment. Anything made with this much butter can't be anything less than fantastic. Sure, it looks almost too good to eat. Ah, that's a new one. The very much point in making food you don't eat is there. The best part of food is the taste. So please, dig in. And there's plenty more in the kitchen if you want it. I cut into the meat with a fork and knife, like Nanny taught me. I forget that Nanny also means grandma. Right. I gracefully scoop some mash as well. I blow a couple times before placing the morsel in my mouth. Not that it was burning hot, but I'm supposed to be selling this noble roll I was giving. I might as well get my table manners right. Oh wow. Man, the meat is so juicy. It's tender. It's not the finest, but it's not the tiniest, but rubbery either. The sauce is so creamy and light, it all blends. The sauce is so creamy and light that it all blends. I was gonna say this game focuses a lot on food, but let's be honest, it's focusing a lot on everything. Yeah. So, would you say this is good enough for a noble? Noble? I'd say this is fit for a king. I knew it. Ah, yes. The bear slaps his knee in triumph. He's beaming with unbridled joy and regards me with pure gratitude. You heard him say it, Agnar. That badger's gonna pay up. You heard him say it, Agnar. That badger's gonna pay up. What badger? I look around in confusion. Did I miss something? Oh, he's a regular here. Probably had another bet with Brum. Oh! You're damn right he did. I'm confused. What role do I have to play in this? He bet his entire tab that if I couldn't get a noble to visit and say the food was good, you would have to pay it. That's awful. Does he think he's too good to pay? And for this no less? Oh, he's gonna beat me now. And he's gonna be on dish duty for a whole week. Just in time for the jackpot hunt too. Should be slapping his belly instead. It's right there. It's so big. And brown. Ugh, it's gonna get any sweeter. We're all proud of you, Brum. He scratches the back of his head with a goofy, confident grin. Since you helped me win, your meals and since you helped me win, your meal and drink for today are free of charge. Oh no, I couldn't. The food is so good. I insist. Consider it a token of my appreciation for dragging you into my little bet. So I won't be taking no for an answer. I settle back into my chair and accept his spot of good fortune. I didn't even do anything, but I just enjoyed the food and gave him an honest opinion. I gotta get back to cooking, but you holler if you need anything. I watched the bear retreat to the kitchen. Agnar then rolls his eyes and tilts his head from the playing format, shifting his attention to me. With a knowing smirk. You knew what he was doing all along, huh? Didn't you? I had a hunch he was up to something. I probably wanted to get to know you better in his own way. But don't feel bad. The badger had it coming. He hasn't paid Brum a single crower in weeks. And Brum would warm it right up to you. I knew Brum would warm right up to you. You're doing great so far. Yay! I'm getting a good grade in social interaction. Now go ahead and eat up. Brum's food is good till the last bite. I grab my fork and take another satisfying bite from the plate. The juicy meat washes over my tongue, and I try my hardest to savor every rich, buttery note before swallowing. This is so good! That's what I've been telling you. Brum's the best cook in all the land. Or the world. I can't remember the last time I had a meal this good. Which reminds me, Brum said something about enjoying Dalset. Is that what this village is called? Now as Agner sort of brush his chewing and chugging so he can reply. Ah, yes, this is Dalset. Fine place to settle down, don't you think? It is so far. It's so different compared to where I'm from. It's a lot more rustic. Or rustic? It means it has a lot of character. You know, quaint. Ah, that's good to hear. We both resume our mutual feasting. It's a bit daunting, as there's both so much food, yet I can hardly stop myself from scarfing it down. Oh no, what did you get? I look up at the wolf between bites, and a curiosity strikes me. I've just realized how little I can gauge things based on appearance. If Ola hadn't told me his age, I would have guessed it was anything between 4 and 10. And if I couldn't make sense of the snake's age or gender. How old are you, Ragnar? I'm 28 years old, born in the month of Golden. Your document said you're 25. I assume that's accurate? Yeah, that's really how old I am. Nicole said I should add some through register to make it easier to remember. A wise decision. So, do you think our years work the same though? I mean, hours could... The wolf cuts me off with a single quiet shush, bouncing discreetly around the tavern at the other patrons. A good question, but not a conversation we should be having in public space like this. I fidget a bit, feeling a little red in the face for so quickly forgetting how important secrecy is. The wolf seems to pick up on it and speaks up again, casual and cool. So, back home in Shalanov, when did they consider you to come of age? You know, when you're really an adult. Ah, I get it, we can use Stalinhoff to talk about my world. 18, that's around how old I was when I stopped growing. Well, at least height-wise. I pat my well-filled stomach for emphasis. Huh? How is it here in Dalset? How old do most people live to? Well, it's, you know, can vary race to race, but most of us, like myself, we can live up to 80 years old. I don't know how to read that other than, like, he's planning to get fatter. Right, like... That's around when I was stopped growing, well, at least height-wise. I pat my filled stomach for emphasis. I do this. Well, as you know, it can vary race to race, but most of us, like myself, we can live up to around 80 years old. Wait, what? 80 years old? No standards of medicine or hospitals or anything? Seriously, is there something in the water? First the huge sizes, and now this kind of longevity? Sure, human technology is nice and all, but this wolf really has no idea how good he has it. Yeah, it's the same in Shalanov. It's normal to live about 70 to 90 years. So I guess we must have similar age range as you guys. It's quite interesting. Yeah. Oi! I don't serve it piping hot just so you can let it freeze! Oh, okay. We laughed to ourselves, half at the beer's timing and half at how crazy it feels to be chided at like kids at the dinner table. I guess we got caught. Agner stifles his laughter with a stun, but the result is just the silliest grin. Bending my stomach for emphasis. It's nice seeing the big wolf laugh so wholeheartedly. He seems rather comfortable here at the end. We both need a moment to settle down before resuming our meal. It takes effort to keep my chugging down. Catching Agner smirking at times, his eyes linger on me. No doubt he's having the same problem. I'm growing rather fond of this wolf. Okay. God, these scenes are long. Oh, awesome. Oh, we actually have missed this one. Oh, you can see like the holes in his shirt. Awesome. That's all of them so far. I think we're actually pretty close to finishing this game. At least like the released content. CG. Pretty. My legs. Alright. My voice is kind of raw. Let me look at this game again. Okay, so 25 days ago they made an update to their development log that the chapter 4 script is finished and the character sprites are ready. So it's very much still in the works. I can't give you a date when the chapter will officially get released. Not sure if I'm even able to make it before the end of 2025. So expect a release somewhere in early 2026. Okay, so Syl means all, two for making holes in letter, and Vintage means wing. But I don't think it has any bearing on the title's meaning. Sylving. I think it's more derived from sylph, which is, an English word. Just checking because everything else has been Danish so far. What if the developer is Danish? Probably. Hmm. They only have a Twitter. Norwegian artist. If I recall, some forms of Norwegian are spelled identically to Danish. Then it checks out. Yeah, maybe. I think a lot of those languages have a lot in common. It's a kind of like a Dutch and German situation. All right, I'm gonna go. This was fun. It was very long. Jesus. I haven't streamed for this long as I think Nordic languages are derived from similar roots to Dutch and German too. Oh yeah, they're all Germanic languages. But like German, Dutch, and English have a lot in common as Germanic languages, but like the Scandinavian languages, to me, a lot of those are incomprehensible. North Germanic versus West Germanic. I think Danish still looks like Dutch a lot of the time. But as soon as you go further north, incomprehensible. Funny story, actually. One time a friend suddenly talked about like an album they really liked, a Dutch album they really liked when they were a teenager. Um, and it took her a while to find it. And then I was like really curious, like, oh wow, that's cool. You know, we're inspired by a Dutch artist. I don't know that many Dutch artists myself. Um, and then she sent it to me, and I had to like look at it, and I was like, this looks like Danish. It was funny to me. I don't know. East Germanic used to exist, but it's extinct now, except Gothic. Interesting. Now Gothic is like a music genre or whatever. Why I don't want to open this whole can of worms right now. I'll look into it myself at some point probably. But like why did Gothic and goth become like a punk subculture? How did that happen? I think through Gothic literature. Huh. Okay, the artist is fat for art, only for affinity. Awesome. Okay, I'm gonna end the stream for real now. Good night, everyone. Bye-bye.